You just feel like we're on stage.
Coffee.
Richard Maxey.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, he's here.
Gentlemen. Good, George.
Hey there. How are you?
Just super duper, as a matter of fact.
He's here. Excuse me.
Doesn't bother me at all, chap.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you guys aren't in it. I'm getting hammered here.
Let's see if I can improvise.
Okay, we're going to call to meeting this special meeting of the Paradise Irrigation Board of Directors. Can I have a roll call, please?
Director Fleischer?
Here.
Director Hunt?
Here.
President Perla?
Here.
Director Kellogg?
Here.
Vice President Duncan?
Here.
All right, so we're all here. Public participation. Individuals will be given an opportunity to address the board regarding matters not scheduled on the agenda. Although the board cannot take action on any matter not on the agenda, comments will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Opportunity for the public comment on agenda items will be provided at the time they are discussed by the board, with comments limited to 5 minutes per agenda item. Is there anybody from the public here this evening that has something that's not on our agenda? I did not think so, so we will move on to new business. PID Employment Retirement Plan Services. To kind of bring, I think Director Fleischer was here for some of this, but to kind of bring him up to speed, it was brought to our attention by our former financial advisor that worked for Tri-Counties Bank that not only was it our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we were providing a option or some options for retirement plans for the employees, that also we were not, I don't want to say compliant, but we were not covered as board members with an insurance from the current provider that covered us in case something went south. You guys would have recourse on us and could take us to the bank and collect your money basically out of us. So we started looking into different providers. Dan Bay at the time was our advisor, and he had some suggestions. I think we saw a couple of different people at that point in time that he suggested, and then that situation has changed a little bit with Tri-Counties. So I believe Kevin then went out and looked at some different providers for us. I think there were 6 to start with originally. The employees, through kind of a process of elimination and voting or scoring these companies, came up with the top 3 they'd like to have. So we are going to see presentations from Securities America, New York Life, and ICMA, which is our current provider. We're going to do the Securities America presentation, and then we're going to adjourn sometime between 6 to 6:30, eat a little bit of food, and then reconvene the meeting after we're all done there. So without further delay, we'll get on to Securities America. You can give us their presentation.
Hello, everyone. Excuse me.
Wait.
Before we get started,
Go ahead.
I would like to advise the public and the employees and the board that Rick Moots is my financial advisor, and as such, I checked with legal through George, checked with legal counsel to determine if there was any conflict in regard to me voting on this issue. I did abstain from being on the committee that did all the original work, but legal has said, much as we learned last week in our ethics training, that if I have no financial gain, and I don't, then I'm still able to vote as a board member. And I just wanted to let everybody know that that situation exists in advance of the presentation of the vote.
And I'd just like to inform the board and just remind the board of what we are actually listening to today, is that we have 2 plans for the employees. We have a 457 plan and we have a 401A plan. The district contributes 9% of the employee's salary into the 457 and also gives them an option to put an additional 3% into their retirement plan, and the district then will contribute an additional 3%. That additional 3% goes into what we call the 401A plan. That 401A plan has vesting, a 5-year vesting period for them to be able to get 100% of those matching funds. Their portion goes into the 457 plan. So what we have here is different than a lot of public agencies in that most public agencies have PERS, which PERS requires no participation not participation in that they're putting funds in, but there's no investment participation by the employees. We're completely different in that we require a lot of investment participation by the employees. The employees are the ones that drive their investment options. They also choose on the risk associated with those investment options. Therefore, that's why we have providers today presenting to the board on our plan. Not only are they going to be offering investment options for the employees, they'll also be giving us education for those employees. Some offer local presence to the employees so that the employees can come and visit with them, and also not only discuss their retirement plan, but also discuss their retirement plan with PID, but their whole retirement outlook in whole. They also are going to be talking about fiduciary liability for the board. The board, like Sepp said, has the fiduciary liability to offer investment options to the employees. Therefore, it means if there's a limited investment options to these employees that these retirement plans are choosing, these need to be benchmarked. There has to be a process to make sure that these funds are the best funds available to the employees based on some type of benchmark. Therefore, they can't just offer these losers and never look at them. Oh, here you go. And 20 years later, it's the worst fund that's ever been produced. That would be something that is not, it's not legal for the board just to kind of turn their head and not look at that again. So they'll also be talking about the fiduciary liability of the board, and they'll also be talking about an investment policy, some type of policy that says this is how we go back and look at these investments to make sure that they are meeting the criteria. Therefore, the board is hands are clean is what it is, so that they have this policy that we're going to follow, and we'll make sure that you guys follow to make sure that we are offering the best investments to the employees so that they can grow their funds the best that they possibly can. So with that, we went through quite a process. I just want to give you a background. We went out and looked at local providers within the area to bring forward to the employees themselves. The 6 providers presented to the employees for an hour. The employees had the ability to ask questions, talk to them. There was a free-flowing exchange conversation. At the end, they were to score each employee or each provider based on a range from 1 to 5, 5 being the best. And also, I looked at all the investment options that each one of those providers presented. I went through and looked at all of them, and it's really hard to match if they're picking investments to match, this investment matches perfectly to this and to this. But I did my homework. There's basically one investment option that's always going to be there, and it's an S&P 500 index, and I think that's a real good base benchmark to kind of figure out what their costs are associated with their funds. And so I rated them based on cost. Also the protection to the district, making sure they're not offering some proprietary fund that if our employees get involved in this proprietary fund and then we decide to leave one day, that the employees are going to be on the hook for paying this exorbitant fee to leave this proprietary fund. So I looked for protection for the district in that standpoint also. I limited it down to the 3 funds that are going to be presenting, or the 3 providers that are going to be presenting today, based on score of the employees and based on cost and returns associated with the funds that they're going to offer. I think that you'll be hearing 3 quality presentations, and I think that we'll, whatever decisions made will be will have a good base going forward for the employees and for their investment options. So with that, I'll turn it over to Richard Maxey. He's with Securities America, and he will be presenting.
I appreciate you having us here tonight. We're honored to be a part of this, and thank you for helping us get to the finals if you had a vote in that. My name is Richard Maxey. I am a certified financial planner. If y'all choose us, and you'll see this on my PowerPoint in just a minute, if y'all choose us, I will be the one that's primarily helping your district with plan design issues, ways to make your plan have the latest features, such as the Roth 457. We're going to talk about that today. But I'll be the one that's helping you design your plan. I'll help be the one when your plan comes up for bid again, and I would encourage you all go through this process periodically. Why? Because let me put it to you this way. Y'all have an average account balance here of over $40,000 per person. That's what drives the deal that you get from your vendor. It is. I guarantee you. Nobody makes money if the account balance is under $10,000. Nobody makes money if the average account balance is 15. When it gets to 20, all companies like mine make money. When it gets up to 25, you get a wholesale deal. Y'all have $40,000, so y'all have a desirable plan. So everybody here should be talking to you about giving their best price. I think ours is cheaper, and I think I can prove it. And primarily the way we can prove it is, give me the cheapest fund family in the universe. Who is it? Vanguard. Vanguard. You won't see very many of your plans that are talking to you tonight that are talking to you about Vanguard, because Vanguard doesn't get any reimbursements. They keep their expenses low, and therefore nobody can make any money by putting in Vanguard funds. That's why you won't see very many of them. We've got the entire lineup of Vanguard, and we have not only all the Vanguard funds, but we have the Signal class Vanguards. So that fund that Kevin was talking about, the S&P 500 fund, if you as an investor walked off the street and bought that fund off the street, you'd pay 0.18%. 0.18, not very much. Compare that with some S&P 500 funds that are as much as, 1%. So 0.18 is low. Through FTJ Fund Choice, the platform that everybody here will have the opportunity to invest in, you can buy the same fund, the Signal class fund, but that fund expense goes from 0.18 to 0.08. So it is the cheapest. Nobody's going to beat us on price. What y'all need, in my opinion, is education. Why? One reason. I looked at your plan. Y'all have $2 million of your money sitting in a stable value fund. And I think that y'all may be, and now before I go further, let me tell you about this binder, because it has everything in it that I'm going to talk to you about. I know I only have 45 minutes, so I promise I will hurry up. But you're going to have my PowerPoint that I'm going to go over in just a minute. And by the way, I have 6 extras of these. If y'all want to look at them, y'all are welcome to look at them. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about FTJ, the platform that we're proposing here. I've got an Income Max financial plan. If y'all do business with us, Rick will be doing financial plans on most of the employees here. I noticed ICMA charges $450 if one of your participants wants that. We do them for free. In fact, we're going to do one on you, whether you want us to or not, because we need to know how you're looking for retirement. But we have a sample plan. Somebody said, hey, Richard, you're offering 1,600 mutual funds. How do we narrow that down? Well, we have a sample self-directed portfolio that Rick put together right off the Morningstar that we'll give these employees if they don't want to choose from 1,600 funds. We came up with a 3-year education plan. We're prepared to give you all quarterly educational sessions. It's up to the employees as to whether or not they go to them. If you embrace that theory and you have them every quarter, you'll be amazed at how many people show up, especially if we buy pizza. But you have a 3-year educational plan, and we've got them mapped out. We know the subjects to talk to your employees about for the next 3 years every quarter, and we will be here. That's something y'all aren't going to get. That's one of the things you're missing out, I think. We've got a conversion timeline. We show you how this works from start to finish, how long it takes us to move it. Y'all got some provisions in your ICMA plan that you can't necessarily move all that $2 million that's sitting in that stable value fund, because they can bleed it out over a 12-month period. Our portfolio has no such restrictions at all. And then this is FTJ Fund Choice presentation. Let me go through this. And again, you've got my PowerPoint under tab 1 if you want to make notes or whatever. First of all, I'll tell you a little bit about who Securities America is, because it is important. I've introduced how we connect here, Richard Maxey and Rick Moots. A couple of plan design issues just to demonstrate to you that we aren't asleep at the wheel and we actually know what we're doing in 457. And I will tell you something. Kevin made another point that y'all have a 401A 457 combination plan. Y'all really don't know how rare that is. But there's not very many people that understand this. I've been dealing with these kind of plans for 18 years. I still install the same kind of plans y'all have. I just do it a little bit differently, and I'll show you a couple of things here in just a minute. FTJ Fund Choice, we'll talk about them because that's where the employees are going to be investing their money, and they want to know, is this going to be something that's going to help us grow our portfolio?
Can you tell me what FTJ stands for?
It used to stand for Frank T. Jones until Frank T. Jones sold it. And now it's just FTJ Fund Choice.
It's just part of the name.
It is.
Okay.
And I used to hate FTJ Fund Choice because I did not own them. They are unique in the business. They are the most unique platform in the business today, bar none. And by the way, just to let you know, I have other governmental agencies that I work with every day. So if y'all want to check me out, you can. But we have over $250 million of our clients' money with FTJ. So we put a lot of pressure on them to give good service, to give good, help us help your employees. Most of your employees will go through us to do anything in their account. That's the way we like it. Don't have to, though. You can go direct to FTJ. But most of the people come to us because they know us. I hate to hear the fact that you're Rick's client already and you might have had to recuse yourself, but the fact is, we hope all of you are clients pretty soon. We hope that all of you, do this. And we do a lot of business around with teachers already and stuff like that, so it's almost hard for a local person to get in and see y'all and not touch somebody in this organization. So, but we do appreciate you taking that into consideration. How the employees manage their account, because that's important. And our commitment to you, superior service. That's where Rick's going to come in, and he's going to talk to you a little bit in just a minute about how he actually works with your client, with your employees. And then why us, and then we're always open for questions. Securities America is a broker-dealer. Every financial advisor in the nation has to have a broker-dealer. Securities America only has independent advisors working with them. They have no advisors that work for Securities America. So we're all independent. But it's sort of like a banker in Monopoly. You can't play Monopoly without a banker. They're our banker, basically. They take a little percentage of our commission to be our broker-dealer. Headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska, there's about 2,000 financial advisors that are affiliated with Securities America. We are independent, and we don't work for Securities America, but we cannot do business without them. We think that our independence allows us to be objective. We don't have to bring FTJ Fund Choice. We could have brought any number of plans out there to the table. We chose FTJ Fund Choice because we think it's the best plan out there. We are retirement plan experts. I have 37 advisors that work with me. And combined, we have over 150 years of combined experience working with primarily deferred compensation, 457B. A little bit different animal. Y'all know about it well, but most people don't. I am a certified financial planner. I hold these licenses. I did retire from the Air Force in 1994. That's when I went to work as a financial advisor. And interestingly enough, we have somewhat of a connection here because in 1997, when I was working for VALIC, I helped negotiate the endorsement of VALIC's products by ACWA, the Association of California Water Agencies. So I do have some background with water agencies, and I have a lot of water agencies as our clients. I've personally installed dozens of these plans, and I'm just telling you this just to let you know we do have experience. Not everybody does. Rick Moots will be providing on-site service. He does have a local office. He will either come here and meet with you, or you can go to his office located at 7054 Skyway, right here in Paradise. He is a certified financial planner as well. He holds those licenses as well, same ones I do. He earned a bachelor's degree from Cal State University, Chico, so he's a local guy. He's been an independent businessman here in this area for 25 years, so he's not going anywhere. You think we want to make y'all mad? No way. Plan design issues. First of all, y'all do have a 401A 457 combo plan. And right now, Kevin said, y'all are putting 9% of the employee's salary into the 457. I would tell y'all to change that. Y'all could just as easily put that 9% into the 401A, because whoever puts the money into the 457, it goes against what the employee can voluntarily put away. Now, it doesn't mean a lot if you're earning, because the maximum someone can put in that's under 50, do y'all know what it is? The maximum you can put in this year is $17,500. If the employer put in $3,000 in the 457 on behalf of that employee, that goes against that $17,500. Now, y'all say, well, who put $17,500? I bet there's some people here, and there will be more when y'all start paying attention, because we encourage employees to not only get started in their 457, but make consistent increases in the amount that they put in every year. Y'all have a decent participation rate, but not a great one. You know, y'all should have more participation, I think. This will come with education. When y'all get comfortable that we've got the best investment platform, and people see that their accounts will grow, I think they will go and they'll want to put more in. So, but anyway, just a plan design. Switch the money that the employer's putting into the 457 over to the 401A. They can still do the same thing. They just don't affect the amount that the employee can put in. If the employee contributes 3% of their salary, the district right now does another 3% match. They put their 3% into the 401A. In total, now this is a number that I like to show people, because y'all may not think y'all are doing well, but until you look at this number. In total, you do the 3% of your money. You get 3% of theirs. There's 6. And then they're going to do another 9, right? Is that right? Is it 15% or did I do 12? No, y'all put in 12, they do 3. So y'all would be contributing 15% of your gross salary. That is way above the national average. Way above. The voluntary contributions this year, $17,500 is what you could put in, unless you're over 50 and you can do $23,000. Pre-tax contributions is the only way that y'all do it now. Pre-tax means you put the money in, you get it, it doesn't show as income on the end of your year W-2. When do you pay the taxes on it? At retirement. At retirement. One of the mistakes that a lot of people make is they say, well, I'm going to be in a lower tax bracket at retirement. No, you're not. Nor should it be a goal of yours. My goal is to be in the highest tax bracket there is at retirement time if I could get there. But I certainly don't want to lower my tax bracket. But our government will probably take care of that because of just bracket creep. But the fact is, the only option they have now is putting it at pre-tax, paying it at retirement. The other option is doing a Roth. Not everyone here would benefit from a Roth. The young people, that probably the youngest here, that think their salary is going to be a lot higher down the road, they might want to do a Roth. You don't get any tax breaks today, but the money grows, and when you pull it out at retirement, it's 100% tax-free. Tax-free.
Even the growth amount?
Even the growth. 100% tax-free. Now, here's the good thing. Y'all can split it. You can split half in the Roth, half in the traditional, so you can get some tax breaks, but still take advantage of the Roth. Here's a provision right here that kills everybody. Most people don't even know this provision exists. 457 is the only plan in the world that has a provision that says if you're in the last 3 years before normal retirement age, you can contribute as much as double the normal limit. So the normal limit is $17,500 this year. You could contribute as much as $35,000. And again, people say, well, who can do that? Well, again, you may never have it, but it is a provision, and if it benefits you when you get in those last 3 years of retirement and you can afford it, I guarantee you we'll see some people from this organization doing this kind of stuff. Because it pumps up your retirement right before you get ready to retire.
Normal retirement age means what?
You define that in your 457 plan. The default is usually 70 and a half unless the employee writes a letter electing a different alternative retirement age, which means anything you want it to be, really, if you allow it. And you can allow it. Y'all can name an age, and y'all can name a young age. Doesn't mean they have to do it before, but they can do it as early as.
But they cannot do it after.
Yeah, they can do it after. Let's say they went past, let's say your normal retirement age was 55. And they were now 58. They woke up and says, hey, I'm going to work only 3 more years. Can I do it? The absolute truth is yes, because you can elect a different normal retirement age.
So you just.
You write a letter. You write a letter to your employer saying, I'd like to elect a different retirement age, than what our plan calls for. That's the way they're normally written. That's a prototype plan language, by the way. That's pretty standard language in most 457 plans.
That sounds strange, like they could elect 35 this year and 36 next year.
Well, they can usually say, it has a caveat, and it says you can usually never elect a date earlier than the age in which your employer retirement plan, the 401A, is the normal retirement age. That's usually what it says. It does have a caveat where you can't walk in at 20 and say, well, my normal retirement age is 28, I'm going to start contributing $35,000. And you do have to have unused catch-up. You do have to have unused catch-up. If you walk in the door and you're a 457 member and you contributed the maximum you could every year from day one, you don't have any catch-up. This is a catch-up provision. So that's why people have to pay attention, because we, the advisors, have to calculate whether or not they're even eligible for that. But who's ultimately responsible for that calculation? The employer. But you rely on whoever you choose as your provider to be in compliance with these laws. By the way, we do have E&O insurance up to $2 million per occurrence, if that matters. Okay? All the employee contributions are currently pre-taxed, contributions before federal and state tax. 100% of them are tax deductible. It's better than home mortgage. Distributions are taxable. The Roth 457, y'all currently don't offer it. We're recommending that you offer it. And the younger you are and the lower your tax bracket today, the more you should be considering that. Contributions are non-tax deductible. At retirement, the income is 100% tax-free, and you may split your contributions. All of the employer contributions, though, go in pre-tax. It's the only way it can be done. So y'all are still going to pay taxes, just like a normal retirement plan, at distribution on the 401A. Okay? By the way, this is more of a confirmation statement from us about our plan. There are no surrender penalties. There are no back-end charges. There are no liquidation fees. There are no restrictions. If y'all get ready to fire us someday, y'all can fire us. And the employees, by the way, the employees can take their money out of this plan any way they want to. Lump sum, systematic withdrawal, you can vary your payments at will. If you die, the money does go to your beneficiary. You can roll over the money to an IRA at the very end if you want to. I noticed that almost 100% of the people that leave here roll their money out. That tells me they're looking for something. They're not finding it in your plan. Otherwise, if they thought they had the very best plan at the lowest price, they wouldn't be rolling their money out to an IRA, in my opinion. There are no closeout fees, transfer fees, or anything.
When they roll it out, are they putting it in an annuity or something of that type, or what?
I think that varies by investor. It depends on who they run into. If they take it to a managed program, okay. But a lot of them may be approached to put it in some high-cost products. And listen, annuities have their place. I'm not against.
You call annuities high-priced products?
Well, they are. That's the word. I mean, we offer annuities to certain clients. We're not anti-variable annuity whatsoever. The worst thing you can say about a variable annuity is they're expensive. But what do you get out of a variable annuity? Hopefully you get some kind of guarantees out of it. So you're paying for the guarantee. Okay, that's it. Not everybody needs the guarantees that those annuities are offering. So... And of course, hopefully that if we become a part of your organization, your employees will come to us when they get ready to leave. And if they want an annuity, we'll steer them toward the lowest cost for the biggest bang for their buck, if that's what they want. Now let's talk a little bit about FTJ Fund Choice, because this will be near and dear to most of the employees' heart. It is a mutual fund platform. There's over 1,600 different mutual funds. Now I want to point out to you, Kevin made mention of your fiduciary responsibility. Okay? There's two ways of looking at this. If y'all are going to severely limit the number of choices that your employees have, y'all need to set up a system where you actually do review the investment elections that are offered in your plan periodically.
On the bottom of this sheet that Kevin set out here, you have the fiduciary warranty at all three of the firms that are going to be talking. Yes. Yeah. As I understand fiduciary requirements, it is to have the best interest applied to the participant and not to us. Is that how you do it?
Yes, but now let me point something out. I think that yes is wrong.
Okay.
Personally. And the reason why is because there is only one way that y'all can get out of having some sort of fiduciary responsibility on the selection and monitoring of the investment options you want. There's only one. It's called a 338 fiduciary.
338?
338 fiduciary.
Okay.
And there's a very common one out there. Y'all can have a plan that has a 338 fiduciary in a nanosecond if that's what you want. But someone else is going to be selecting the options that are inside your plan.
And someone else, the
The
participant?
338 fiduciary. It's a third party. It can be a bank, an insurance company, or a registered investment advisor.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but getting back to answer the same question here, as I understand it, whoever is doing the selection, whether it's a bank or whoever it is, it has to put the participants' wishes ahead
Absolutely.
of their own.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Listen,
and as long as we do that, we're meeting our fiduciary requirements. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Now, let me point something else out to you. As much as I sometimes try my best to scare the bejeebies out of people about their fiduciary responsibility, because I do think it is potentially serious, okay? But as much as I try sometimes to get people's attention because they don't pay enough attention, there's never been a case yet where they have sued a fiduciary for the breach of their fiduciary duty where there was not some kind of wrongdoing going on. Theft, stealing money,
Okay.
doing things that were clearly benefiting yourself over the plan. We haven't seen that kind of behavior, nor do y'all even have access to the money. So I think all of the presenters that y'all are getting to know perfectly have the interest of the participants in mind. They're not going to offer crappy funds. I think there's a different way that companies make money, okay? And by the way, y'all can boil this down any way you want to. I am convinced that there's 1% profit in the money business. 1%. Okay? If y'all chose, if one of your participants chose a money manager, y'all are going to be paying about 1% in total fees. And I don't care how you slice and dice it, because you know what? If y'all don't like the number 1%, I'll say, okay, fine, it'll be 0.5%. And then I'll start charging you for distributions and raise the loan fee and, rollovers. I mean, there's any number of ways. But the profit in this business, I believe, is about 1%. Okay? So, but that's my commentary on money. Okay, now, it is 1,600 funds. Now, by the way, there's two ways of looking at your fiduciary duties. Okay, one, you got to be prudent. You got to look at it. So have us come back once a year. We're already proposing this, and talk to y'all and tell you, how is your participants doing? Because I got to tell you right now, anybody that looks at this says, even ICMA's own paperwork, y'all get a report from ICMA every quarter. Everybody got it. You go in and you look at it, they had 66% of your employees' money in a fund, a stable value fund, a short-term bond fund, that last year earned 2.6%, I think. So it didn't do bad as a fixed account. But by ICMA's own standards, the rest of their groups, you know what percent? Y'all had 66% of your total assets in that fund. 66%. You know what their average is, even in ICMA? You know what their other groups average? 35%. I've got the report. I'll show it to you. So 35% of other groups' money is sitting in that fixed account. Inflation is a retiree's biggest enemy. But putting money in an account and earning 2.3, yes, you don't get any market volatility. You don't get any ups and downs. I still have my money. But at the end of the day, you also don't get any growth. And that's what you have to do. You have to at least keep pace with inflation. That's why when I see a group that has that much money in a fixed account, I know nobody's talking to them. They're being safe. And they call themselves conservative. I would argue having all that money in a fixed account is a guaranteed risk that you're going to lose purchasing power. So all three of the companies, I think, have fiduciary responsibility in the best interest. The difference is, if y'all are going to melt down the roughly 6,000 funds to a number, right now y'all have 49. 49 in your plan. If y'all are going to limit that down to somewhere around 30 or 40, y'all better be talking to that vendor every year and making sure they give y'all a report of how those funds are doing compared to the other roughly 5,750 funds or whatever that are out there. Y'all better do that. The other way of doing it, and we propose this, is to make it a whole series of things. Couple education with low-cost funds, with wide selection of 1,600 funds. And then allow your employees to pay an additional fee and have a money manager actually pick up that account and actually trade it as conditions change.
I have my finger up a lot,
Okay.
trying to learn the whole system here. There's 1,600 mutual funds that is available.
And that's why we
And
turned
this,
off.
and right now, whatever fund we're in, which I really don't know, and I should have met with him on this, but these people, it's their money.
It is.
That's their money. Once we put the 9% in there and the 3 or whatever it is, it's their money.
It is.
Okay.
And they have the responsibility for investing.
That's invested in only 49 funds.
That is.
Okay. You've done research on it.
And actually, it's actually, all that money is actually centered around primarily about 6 funds.
Okay, 6 funds.
6 funds.
Are those good funds or
6
bad?
of the 49 funds. They're not the cheapest funds in the world. ICMA is charging a 55.55% fee on top of the mutual fund expenses, and their mutual fund expenses aren't Vanguard. They're not that 0.18. Their mutual fund expenses are going to be somewhere probably in the neighborhood of 1.2, 1.5.
You only have 45 minutes, so
I
I'm
do.
going to ask a lot of questions.
I do.
Because you got to get to the end of this.
Okay,
notebook.
but here's the thing. There's
There's a
an
lot of
We got
pages left in
questions
this
at the
thing.
end.
Yeah, we have questions
Yeah,
and
we got
answers,
time
so
for
we have
question
plenty of
at the
time.
end.
So if the
Can we
questions,
just let them roll?
Let it roll.
Okay. There's an investment policy statement in here. I advise y'all, before you make a decision, read it. First of all, if nobody else shows up here today with an investment policy statement, please don't make a decision. Read my investment policy statement. Why? Because it's not one-pronged. It is the investment options, yes, that y'all are offering. But it's coupled with an educational program that will bring, and I got to tell you, not that there's any great thing about being a CFP, a Certified Financial Planner. There's not that many of them around, and y'all are going to be working with 2 of them. And so we focus on holistic planning. So even though we're working with your employees on the retirement plan here, we can't ignore the fact that they have an IRA sitting over at Schwab that's got $50,000 in it. How can we ignore that? We don't have to take that money, but we can certainly advise them on that. And when you start writing a written financial plan, you're going to really start painting the picture. Everybody's going to understand. Because right now, even if I ask everybody out there, how much money would you need to retire comfortably? And if you had that number, how much would it provide you in annual income? Most people can't tell you. We're going to paint that picture for them. And once they get educated, not only will they get out of the fixed accounts, they will get into well-diversified, those people who are conservative, low-risk portfolios, those that are a little more aggressive and want to really try to grow it, more aggressive. And by the way, we even have the performance. I'll show you what the performance was last year of some of these funds. But at any rate, please, whatever you do, read the investment policy statement when you get time. If you need something to put you to sleep, wait till you go home, and right before you go to bed, read it. But it is your plan, if you will, on how you're going to meet your fiduciary responsibilities here at PID. And I'm assuming that's what y'all call yourselves as PID. Option of professional money management. This hasn't been around long. It's around now. Even small agencies now get access to professional money managers. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it used to cost 2 or 3% to get this. Y'all are going to get it for less than 1/2 of 1%. I'll show you how. At a competitive price. That's what FTJ is. Mutual fund families, and now they're just now going to start offering ETFs. Exchange-traded funds is what they're called. In my opinion, they're no better than a mutual fund, but a lot of people like them because they're cheaper than mutual funds. Okay? I'm not a big believer that there's any one thing that's going to drastically revolutionize. Would I put some ETFs in my portfolio? Yeah, if they have a good track record. Would I run rushing to ETFs away from mutual funds? No, but you have them available. All mutual funds and ETFs are bought and sold at NAV, stands for net asset value, means no load in, no load out, and never a commission. Name recognition of funds. All of the Fidelity funds are there, not just one. Y'all have Contra Fund, and by the way, that is not the same Fidelity Contra Fund. It's an ICMA. It's sub-advised by Fidelity. This is the actual Fidelity funds. American Funds, another great name that a lot of people like. Vanguard, T. Rowe Price, PIMCO, many others. Another thing that's gaining popularity is alternative investments. Right now, real estate investment trusts, gold funds, commodities, oil and gas. You don't want to run in there and put all your money in those kinds of funds, but having a little bit of those kinds of investments has proven to improve overall performance of portfolios. You'll get full access to your account via the internet, and you'll get quarterly written statements unless you tell them to turn them off, and then you can get just electronic statements if that's what you want. Here's the employees you have. I call it you can drive the bus yourself, or you can have somebody else drive the bus. First option is you can manage your account yourself, self-directing, choosing your own portfolio. Well, most people say, well, Richard, there's 1,600 funds. How do you choose? That's where Rick Moots comes into play. We even have a sample portfolio that he put together. Anybody who does not want to hire the professional money managers and they want to do it themselves, Rick will come up with a portfolio and a suggestion for you and help you manage that. But the difference is, if you pay the fee to have the account managed, the account manager, the money manager, when conditions in the market change, they actually adjust your portfolio. So they got their rear end kicked in 2008, just like everybody else did. But the difference was, on the way down, they were selling. So maybe if the overall market was down 47, maybe they were only down 40. So, and that's how ugly it was in 2008. So the money managers are not psychic, but they are adjusting your portfolio. One of the biggest problems with people's retirement investments is they fire it and forget it. Big study at UCLA a few years ago. They looked at over 1,000 participants in 401k plans. They found out that over 90% of the people had never made a change in their investment portfolio in 10 years. 10 years. So how many of y'all really don't change your portfolio? You put it in whatever it's in and it's in. Okay? The money managers will get you out of that. Now, but if you don't want to pay the additional fee, and by the way, our fee is 0.75, and that is all in. That is the platform fee, that is the admin fee, and it's an annual rate taken monthly, and it shows up as a line item. So take 0.75% of your account balance today, and for the first year, that's what you would pay to have an FTJ account. And you can choose from all the funds, trade as often as you want to. That's the only fee you're going to pay. And you can buy all those Vanguard funds at little to nothing if you want to, and keep your expenses real low if that's what you're focused on, is low expenses. Now, if you don't want to drive the bus yourself, you want them to drive the bus for you, you can let the strategist manage your account. And the strategists are nothing more than professional money managers. There's 9 of them offered on this portfolio, on this platform. And in the back, under number 8, if you go to, there's a second tab under number 8. Here's a list of all the performance of all of the strategists for 2012. So they all have track records. So it's not like you're betting that they're going to do well. You can actually see what kind of track record that they've had before you do it. Now, by the way, and I'll give you an example. Most of our clients, much of our clients' money is in the Frontier Asset Management money market. Last year, the aggressive growth portfolio was up 15.56% after fees. After fees. It was up 15%. The conservative portfolio last year was up 2.92. So those people who were concerned about the guaranteed short-term bond fund, well, there's a portfolio, didn't have much volatility, but didn't have much growth either, that performed comparably. One of the things that I do want to point out to you is that we did come up with some alternative funds. This is under, let me find it, tab 2. There's a PowerPoint there that I just want to point out to you. Because remember, you're not going to change many of the employees' opinions right now about being conservative. They call themselves conservative, and they view that stable money as conservative, and that's okay. I'm cool with that. But they were concerned, I think, that we didn't have comparable funds. I pulled 2 funds out, and I'm sure I could get about 10 more that are available on the FTJ Fund Choice platform. And just to let you know, it was the Vanguard Intermediate Term Bond Index Fund, and it was the Prudential Short-Term Corporate Bond Fund. Last year, where that Vantage Trust Plus Fund from ICMA actually paid 1.9% last year. I was wrong. 1.9% last year. The Vanguard Fund was up 7. The Prudential Fund was up 5. So very comparable funds, one from Vanguard, one from Prudential, that almost tripled the rate of return of what that Vantage Fund was. So make no mistake about it, it's not a fixed account. It is a bond fund. It's a short-term, short-duration bond fund. And there's a lot of them out there that are good quality in FTJ Fund Choice. So if they're looking for, I don't want any volatility, I want a bond fund, okay, we'll put you in a bond fund, but we'll put you in one that's in the upper 20% of its asset class. So we have that ability. All right, so here again, you pay 75 basis points, 0.25, you manage it yourself. If you want them to manage it, it's 1.25. It's not both. It's not both. It's either you pay 0.75 or you pay 1.25. Okay? So it's 0.5% more to have it managed. Money managers will bring more value than 0.5%, in my opinion. All right. Rick is going to come up here now and talk about our service model, what he plans on doing with your employees.
Thank you very much, Richard. You're going to have to excuse me, I'm getting over the flu here. I might have a cough, but again, my name's Richard Moots. I'm a certified financial planner. I go by Rick. My office is over on the Skyway, 7054. A lot of stuff, a lot of information. I think where we add value is going to be the service. I am here. I understand these investments. What I need to know is understand what you're trying to accomplish. And that's what I'm willing to do. I'll meet with you one-on-one here. I'll meet you one-on-one at my office. It's really up to you. Richard talked about a lot of different funds. That's where I think our expertise will come into favor, helping you evaluate these investments. In this binder, we have information about what we call Morningstar Principia, which is a software that we purchased to evaluate all these 1,600 funds, because there's no way we would be able to evaluate all that information on a timely basis. We hire these folks, and they do a great job for us. 2008, really a challenging time in the market, to say the least. I think it changed everybody's perspective on how they spend money, how they save money, what does retirement look like. And I'm hoping that, if you hire us, we'll be able to sit down with you, all the employees and whoever would like, family members, and explain that environment, explain what financial noise is out there, and hopefully sift through that, and hopefully folks will make a better decision because they're working, with us. A lot of things that I do in my business are very black and white. It's a lot of math. That to me is the easy part. Where I see the value, again, where we add, is the psychology of this. What should I own? What is the news telling me to own? Richard mentioned gold funds. You probably haven't watched TV in the last couple of weeks and seen somebody advertise something about getting into gold, or should I not? I personally think that it may or may not be appropriate. I need to know you. I need to know if it's appropriate for your portfolio. Again, I think you hire us, you're hiring us for our expertise and our experience. We'll hopefully be able to help you maximize your options here. With 1,600 funds, I'm very confident that we could find a portfolio that will suit your financial risk tolerances and get you where you need to go. I pride myself on the love of numbers, and I love working with people. I actually went to school to be a physical therapist. Lo and behold, I became a financial advisor. I help people. I enjoy helping people. I was helping them physically before. I worked for a physical therapist in Chico for a while I was going to school, and lo and behold, I became a financial planner. So I tell people I help them financially instead of physically. So it's been great for me, very rewarding. Enrollment services, a lot of this stuff, really where the rubber hits the road is going to be me, or who's going to be here to represent your employees, educate them, that sort of thing. And there's so much more than just the enrollment services. Everybody can talk a big game and say, yeah, we'll be here, we're going to do this. I'm here. I've been here for over 25 years. I'm not going anywhere. Richard said something about, embarrassing you or making you upset. I don't want to embarrass you. I don't want to embarrass myself, and I'm not going anywhere. So if you'd like a long-term commitment to somebody that's going to be around, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, we talked about it before about Morningstar as a company that helps us analyze the investments. There's also in this binder talks about an income match. It's a financial planning tool that I use because people say, well, am I taking too much risk or am I not? I can't answer that question. I don't know what goal you're trying to achieve. Investments have a certain speed, if you will. My goal is to help you find that speed that A, you're comfortable with, and B, are you going to get to that financial goal? Again, this will be provided to you at no cost. Your requirement is going to have to give me information about yourself, expenses, incomes, things of that nature. I don't know if it's been mentioned before, everything's confidential. If I'm meeting with somebody, I will not discuss it with anybody else, the board members, other employees, so all that stuff is very confidential and personal. The next thing about this plan, it does a lot of things, and one thing I like is that it's easy to follow. Once you sit down and say, gosh, it's X number of dollars a month you need to put away to reach your goal, it's easy to follow, it's easy to stay with that and stay on target. Again, if there's questions or concerns, I'm right across over there on the Skyway. You're welcome to give me a call. There's no cost to call me. There's no cost to meet with me. I'm available. I'm at your disposal. The education seminars. With the downturn in 2008, I think a lot of people got obviously very scared. We didn't know what was going on. But if you get back to the basics and understanding these investments and how they're created and where they are, maybe even just a comforting conversation with someone like myself can keep you on track and keep you where you need to go. Richard, like you said, we put together something for every 3 years. It's not rock solid. We can change that if there's something that's pertinent. In 6 months, we know maybe a tax law is changing and you'd like to sit down and have me put a presentation together on that. I'd be happy to do that. But I will be here on a quarterly basis, in addition to if you guys want to come over and meet with me over there. We're also going to put together reports for the board, which are going to do everything that's happening in the plan, number of participants, average deferral rates, asset allocation, all these different things would kind of give you an idea is, are we being successful? As Richard mentioned, you got a lot of money in that stable value fund. As I said before, the psychology of this thing is, yes, it makes you feel good, but if you're not going to reach your goal, that's not going to be successful for you. And I'm here. I might tell you some bad news. People say, well, I'm going to retire at this age, and the financial plan and where your investments are might tell me that, no, you're not. That's not that black and white. That's not the math that I see. I'm willing to do that for you, but get down to the end of this, why us? We have the experience. Richard talks about the 150 plus years of retirement business that we do as collectively as the 37 or so advisors. This platform with 1,600 funds available, I think, will help you find a fund or an allocation that you're comfortable with. Hopefully reduce some of the risk to the board because there's good. If the fund, am I going to say all 1,800 funds are great? And the answer is no. If there are some ones that aren't as good, that tool Morningstar can help sift out some of those and utilize ones that are more superior. So we do have a very robust platform. I don't think you'll find another one out there that's going to offer 1,600 funds. We do. Again, we're local, we care, and very committed. As I said, I've been here for 25, 26 years. I'm not going anywhere. So if there is something that I can do to help you, and I pretty much say if it has a dollar sign associated with it, I'm willing to help you. So don't hesitate to give me a call. Questions from the board or employees?
Yes, sir.
No.
Oh, no.
I'm pointing it down. It's their money.
Well, they've had, just to let you know, they've had the opportunity to hear this
They've had the
before.
opportunity before.
But I'm not going to limit you guys. But that's, I'm going to let you talk.
And I would just say to the employees, even if you asked them a question earlier, if you think it'll help the board understand how these guys will perform, ask it again. It's okay.
That's a great idea, yes.
Sorry, John.
Well, we've got about a third of the folks that are in the plan are retiring or retired. What can you do to help these? Because we're not making the contribution now. We're working with what we have and trying to keep it up.
Well, that's a great question. I work with a lot of different folks. So whether you're in the stage of pre-retirement, retirement, or late 80s. So I understand the different stages, and we can get your money in an appropriate allocation, whether it's at the retirement plan at the 457 or an IRA or or whatever. So, that relationship is not going to end if you're no longer working here, if you want to continue working with
But
us.
I can tell you probably even more so important. Number one, during this transition, y'all have to notify everybody. If y'all are going to switch all this $3 million from ICMA to the new vendor. And by the way, just to put the thing on the record, we will stand by this whether y'all transfer the $3 million or not, even if y'all added us as a vendor. We'll go compete for the business if we had to. We would rather not. But if you do plan on transferring the money, and I think that's what's going to happen, you have to notify everybody there's going to be a blackout period. Blackout period means you're getting ready to liquidate all the ICMA accounts and send it over to FTJ Fund Choice. Well, at that point, when the person gets their blackout notice, if we're not talking to that retiree, he's going to be finding, or she's going to be finding another financial advisor to go talk to because they need some answers. Hopefully, we're going to be talking to them, and they're going to be pleased with what we can help them with. Because I got to tell you, if you're already retired, you are certainly not going to go back to work if your investment portfolio doesn't do as well as it should to maintain your lifestyle. So I would tell you, managing your money in retirement is even more critical than managing it while you're working. So not only are those people important to us, we want them. We want their money, number one. But we're willing to work with them and provide them. And we do the same thing for all ages.
What happens with the blackout period you're talking about? What is that?
Anytime that a participant doesn't have access to their retirement plan. Right now, y'all can trade your accounts anytime you want to. Y'all can go online, you can call an 800 line, you can take a loan, you can take a distribution if you want to terminate or whatever. If you're going to put a stop to that, and you have to put a stop to it at some point if you're going to liquidate the accounts and transfer them. We have to give notice 30 days before this blackout period lasts, okay? Now, it says the blackout period could actually last as much as 30 days, okay? It doesn't. As long as we control it, we tell ICMA, liquidate the accounts on this day, 2 days later, wire the money, and fax us a backup. If all that happens on the 4th day, FTJ Fund Choice will get a backup and they'll get a wire. They'll go in and drop all that money in those accounts and they'll lift the blackout the next day. So it just means that in fact, I've got another term for it. I call it quiet time. Not so harsh as blackout. Quiet time. But it means you don't have access to your account to trade it. They physically have to stop it at some point. And if you're interested, the timeline for all this happening is in this book under conversion timeline. Blackout period with us, in my opinion, I can't guarantee you this because theoretically you got 30 days to do it. Blackout period with us will last less than 10 days, probably 4 or 5. And we control it. We control it. We get permission from y'all to act on your behalf. We tell ICMA what to do, and we're there to catch the money at the other end.
Okay, I'm currently retired.
Yes.
And the monies my monies are all in the ICMA accounts.
Yes.
Currently.
Yes.
If the district chooses your firm and the money is rolled there, then you're telling me there'll be an opportunity for me to make investment options after the blackout period's over?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, the minute your money gets in that account and the blackout is lifted,
right.
Before that time, you should be talking to Rick. Mm-hmm. And you get all the services that a current employee gets. We want you. First of all, retirees have all the money. In theory. But yeah, we want you to stay in the plan. Look, if we lose a lot of these assets from the retirees, this isn't nearly as good deal for us. We want all of you. And we want you to call your old retired buddies that already moved their money to Edward Jones or whatever and say, y'all got to come back. Because if they put it in a 457, y'all can come back. Yeah. We love it.
Yeah, I had a question in regard to kind of following up on training and education of the employee base. You have confidential meetings. You may have group meetings. You may have individual confidential meetings with the investors. Is there any statistical information that can come back to the board, even specific information about employees that have not availed themselves of the education classes?
Statistics, yes. Names, no.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
Now, we are required to capture the attendees' names. It's a Securities and Exchange Commission issue. So every time we do a meeting, and by the way, this is the way we like it. We like to give a group presentation where it lets everybody come in. It's usually informal, but it's usually very educational, and it's talking about current topics. You look in this binder on the 3-year educational plan, stuff like how to manage your account on the internet, how to look at your account on the internet, the 3-legged stool of retirement. What is it? You know, this is the oldest presentation in the world, but yet it's so basic that everybody needs to hear it. The people that know it will confirm you're correct. The people that have never heard it will think you just made it up. You're a genius. You know. But there's a lot of things, and of course, I got to tell you, in an ideal world, hopefully I will be doing some of these educational meetings. It's what I like to do, because then I don't have any responsibility to actually do the work afterwards. I just get to come in and talk and leave. But we try to make them very pertinent with what's going on. If something's happening with the fiscal cliff and we were having a quarterly meeting, I would try to incorporate something about the fiscal cliff. Why? Because everybody is wondering, well, is that really going to affect me or not? Doesn't affect it's not really pertinent, it's not really directly applicable to PID's retirement plan, but it's certainly applicable to you as an individual.
So if you can't report who doesn't attend, can you report who does?
The meetings we can, but not if Joe never attends one of these and he never talks to me at the office. I don't think I would have the ability to tell you that Joe never came to me.
And I can tell you right now, the better job we do, the more people will want to see us. We won't have a hard time. I don't know if y'all know Calaveras County Water District. That was the first group that I ever won as a young advisor. And I used to go out where they were working on the job sites and say, hey, I'm Richard Banksy. I'm one of 3 deferred comp vendors that CCWD had in their plan. And before long, I had all the money. The other 3 were still in there, but I had all the money. Why? Because I showed up. This is not a hard formula. You've got to be able to picture in your brain how much money you're going to need. And by the way, everybody becomes a saver. The light just clicks on at different ages. It usually happens in your 30s. Why? Because your kids are finally grown. Maybe you have a little bit of extra money and you're saying, wow, I better start saving. Sometimes it doesn't happen until the 40s. Well, that 40-year-old, usually by the time it does click on, they're saying, man, I got to make some catch up. Let's figure out what we got to do. Okay? But it is going to happen. Because when you look around and you have a parent or something that is only living on Social Security, I guarantee you will tell yourself that is not going to be me. And by the way, that was my mom. My mom lived on $900-something worth of Social Security every month, and her prescriptions were $700 a month. That does not compute. And the business that we're in is not rocket science. Everyone in here can find an investment portfolio on the internet like that. In fact, these money managers that can manage your account, they publish what their current portfolio is. So if you wanted to clone one of their portfolios, you could do that. You can go in and say, okay, fine, I'm going to put 20% in this fund, 20%. And you would be just as accurate as that money manager at that given point in time. Now, when that money manager makes 10 trades tomorrow and switches the portfolio around slightly, she's not going to call you up and say, oh, by the way, I changed my portfolio. You need to change yours too. It's not going to happen. But you could. You could. And I challenge anybody. I'm telling you, this is the platform that most governmental, and by the way, I have big plans on FTJ as well. I have 2 $20 million hospitals. Mammoth Community Water District uses FTJ just like this platform. Mammoth Hospital and Sonoma Valley Hospital also use this platform. So it's a good one. And if there were a better one out there, I'd be bringing it to you.
Go ahead, Bob.
Out of all the people that your clients, is there, maybe say it on this, is there a percentage of how many people choose to manage their own versus wanting guys like you or people like you to say, nah, you don't want to do that.
I can tell you.
Here's what I think you ought to do. What is there?
Yeah, Sonoma Valley Hospital is a great test case. because nobody there was having their money managed. They didn't even have the option. We introduced the option about 5 years ago. Out of $20 million today, about 95% of it is being professionally managed. And they're paying 1% extra. So they're paying more than y'all. And they got $20 million in their plan. So why do, unless you are an investment geek, and there's nothing wrong with that, I'm one, I get it. Unless you're an investment geek and it interests you to put together your own portfolio, and then you are committed to rebalancing the portfolio, and this is not hard. Anybody here can learn this stuff in a relatively short period of time. Do I want all my clients becoming investment experts? Not necessarily. Why? Because they don't want to. Thank you, baby Jesus. I'm glad you don't want to, because it keeps me gainfully employed. So.
Did you have a question?
I have a question. I just need clarification. Through all the other meetings, we had discussed about retirees' money, or future retirees, because we had so many that were so close. You made the comment that most of them roll it over into the IRA, but I was under the interpretation that the majority, a lot of this fund, not the majority, that the money that we have is our retirees' money.
Yeah.
Is that not correct?
Well, now, I can't identify that. All I can look is the number of withdrawals. And the number of withdrawals that went to rollover would have approximated a few people retiring. Now, I made the assumption that everybody did, because clearly everybody doesn't. But I'm going to tell you, it's not as sticky. This plan is not as sticky as it would be if those employees thought this is the best game in town. Let me tell you a mistake people make. And y'all watch out for this. If y'all don't select us, this will be your piece of advice from me. If you are under 59 and a half years old and you terminate service from this organization, do not roll over your 457 money to an IRA. Don't do it. Why? Because 457 plans are the only plan in the nation that does not have an early withdrawal penalty from the IRS. That's why the standard for getting your money out in an emergency withdrawal is much higher in a 457. Why? Because they can't penalize you for it. If they could penalize you, they'd say, "Shoot, take your money. Give us 10%. But 457, never a penalty. So if you were 30 years old and you quit work here and you needed to spend that 457 money, you'd pay taxes on it, but you wouldn't pay an early withdrawal penalty to the IRS. If you move that money when you leave here to an IRA, you wash out that provision. And it catches so many younger 457 participants. I've seen it dozens of times. Because the people on the receiving end do not understand 457 plans. They're a little bit different animal. I don't think they're different because I deal with them all the time, but they are different.
So, Kevin, is it about 30% of our money that is retirees right now?
Yeah, it's going. Yeah, either it's is retiree or going to be retiree.
But you're saying that 30% is coming.
Well, I hope it comes with you. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure it comes with you.
And I just want to inform the retirees that are here, the future retirees, that there is provisions with ICMA to stay with ICMA if there was that desire. So it's not like
You have to be the majority of retirees, Kevin, or
individual.
one could stay and the rest could go.
Yeah.
They'll keep your money if they'll allow you to keep it there.
Yeah, they'll allow you to keep it there. So and have that same. It's a different platform that you'll be on, but there is similar investment, weird investments.
And no penalty to that one employee for staying as far as their investment growth wouldn't change or...
Yeah, I mean, you might have to
any adverse
assume
reactions.
that the administrative fee would be the same.
And I do want to let y'all know that because there is so much money in that plus fund, ICMA does have the option, and they probably won't exercise it unless rates get topsy-turvy, but ICMA does have the right in that plus fund to move that money over a 12-month period.
We already gave them 12 months notice.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Already.
Y'all are on it?
About 18 months ago.
When was that?
18 months ago.
Yeah, about 18 months ago. We gave them.
So we just keep rolling it?
Yeah, it's.
Okay.
We gave them.
So they can't hold on to it. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'd verify that, though.
I will.
Okay? And listen, we do work hard. I want to tell you, we work a lot of hours, and we do come to people's homes. We have an office here. We'll see many of you right here in this organization because your organization is, and I want to tell you, there's not that many groups out there that allow this. To allow the employees to participate in this kind of thing. Normally, the manager goes in and says, oh, yeah, here you go, here's your choices. So I think it's admirable that y'all are able to do this, and I think it will be more admirable if y'all follow through and actually implement the educational program, because y'all will be better retirees for it. Even understanding Social Security today is a big issue. Everybody, as they get closer, wants to know, tell me about Social Security. Do any of these gimmicks that I can hold off taking my benefit until I'm 70, do any of these really hold water? Save your time, I'll tell you the answer. No. If you die at your normal death age, according to the mortality charts, a woman, that'd be about 87 years old. If you live to your normal retirement age, it does not matter mathematically whether you take the money at your earliest time you can take it, say at 62, because you'll be drawing it at a reduced rate for a longer period of time, or if you wait until 70. And if you wait until 70, you get a big amount for a short period of time. Mathematically, those two numbers are exactly the same. It's only if you live beyond your normal retirement age that some of those gimmicks make sense. So, the easiest thing to do, tell me when you're going to die, and I will tell you which option to take on Social Security. But it is an important subject today. And by the way, you don't know that Social Security is taxed. So all that kind of stuff. Okay.
You did bring up one point, if I may. I mean, I do live locally, but folks like to meet. Sometimes I'll meet at 6:30 or 7 o'clock at their house or at my office. That's in the evening, and that's absolutely fine on a pre-scheduled type basis. But so very available and accessible.
Well, there was one comment you made about a survey on 401s and 1,000 people, and 90% of them met with somebody 10 years later.
No, they didn't meet with anybody. This was a set of the researcher's named Dykewald, D-Y-C-H-W-A-L-D. He was a UCLA behavioral scientist. And he went in and looked at all these participants of these 401k plans. And he said, how many participants, regardless of how they got into the plan, once they made their initial elections on what to invest in, how many people made a change in 10 years? Over 90% of the people did not make a single change in 10 years. I gotta tell you, I don't care how good you are at picking funds, those funds fall in and out of favor. You gotta learn when to hold them and learn when to fold them. You gotta learn, they're not all going to stay good forever. And so you should be, at the very least, rebalancing. And if you're not rebalancing, you should at least be looking and saying, well, I've got a large cap stock fund here. Here's another large cap stock fund. Which one's been doing the best? Okay? And switch, at least do that. But most people don't. Why? Because they know it's important, but people don't like to talk about their money. They don't like to talk about death. So we have a hard time getting clients to do trusts. We don't make money on trusts. But when we see you don't have a trust, in California we say, get a trust. Why? We're a probate state. So you want to cause all sorts of problems for your heirs? Die with a will in California and not a trust. You'll be cleaning up the paperwork for the next several years. And there's a cost to it, a pretty significant cost. For the first $100,000 of your assets, the state charges you $4,000 as a fee. So probate is ugly. We don't make money off a trust. Do we recommend them? Absolutely. You can do LegalZoom for $295, and if you follow the instructions, you'll probably get it right. So, okay.
I think both Richard and Rick both hit on something that is very important to the board, and what we wanted for you guys is education. We looked at ICMA and hadn't seen any education from them, any changes from them. There was just not much movement from that company at all. Until we said something to them, then all of a sudden they're right on our front doorstep, and there was a lot of education. We're going to promise the world. We want someone available to you guys that can do education, have you guys come in, whether it be a group or individual, and look at you. You know, Rick might be, he's a high-risk guy, so he's going to go out there and he's going to be real aggressive, and Keith wants to be, you know, low risk. But that's the way, everybody's different, and they're going to want to have it. Yeah, see, I picked the right guy for that high-risk one, huh, didn't I? But everybody's going to have a different scenario that brings them to the final goal of when they retire and what they want to have at the end of that. You know, if you're just happy with a can of beans at the end of there, well, okay, but you might want to eat a steak every once in a while, too.
That being said, I kind of have a two or almost maybe a three-part question with what I was asking.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I ask this question. You get a group of people, I've been guilty of it myself, what happened? You meet with somebody, you make a change, you think you're on the right track, and then as we're all finding out, pretty soon 5 years goes by. 10, whatever. Is, in your opinion, is it as much or also part of the money manager and financial advisors to give us a...
Yeah.
You haven't come around, I don't want to be pushy, but I'd really like to talk to you as it is myself to remember. And then again, is once a year sufficient? Should it be a couple times a year? Because I think with a lot of people I know with me, is time just goes by, and pretty soon 2-3 years have gone by.
Exactly.
Regardless of ICP or whoever,
Exactly.
although that hasn't been...
We're not knocking on their door, and they ain't knocking on ours either.
You know, it's like my dad told me years ago, people aren't going to come to your house and offer you a job. You want to go do something, you got to go out and make it happen. What do you guys, what's your...
Well, here's how I run my practice, and I'll be the one speaking with you as employees, is that, as I think I said this before, I will reach out to you. I can't tell you I'm going to call you every week, I'm not going to, but I'm going to communicate with you. I will be here on a quarterly basis. But if I call you and you don't call me back, I call you again, you don't call me back, I call you a third time, you don't call me back, I'll wait to see you at the quarterly meetings, you can call me. I mean, I think that's fair. If I make effort to call you and you're not calling me, and I understand life gets in the way, that's not to say I'll never call you.
Right.
But he's going to assume you're not wanting to see him.
Yes, and I get that, and for those that don't, that's totally their business, but for some of us, it would be a reminder, oh, I really need to meet with somebody.
Do you do email?
Yeah.
Get on his newsletter list, and you get a newsletter every month.
There's that. I mean, if you communicate with me, say, Rick, you know, I'd really appreciate if you called me
every quarter or
whatever it is, and say, can you just touch base? That's not a problem.
Okay, that being said, without a person being paranoid, what do you suggest would be adequate in a year's time to check on your portfolio and see how things are going? Once, twice?
Are you talking about me or you?
Well, no, to us. What would you?
How often should he look at his portfolio?
How often should a person check to make sure that they're on track and everything's okay?
I'm going to define it this way. If you understand what you own, if you understand the investments that you own, and what I get, and I said it before about this financial noise that everybody, buy bonds, buy gold, do all this stuff, and all of a sudden you go, gosh, I don't have any gold, maybe I should. If you're not being a good steward of your money, then look at it once a year and you're relying on me to help you with that. If you understand gold, you understand bonds, you understand these, well, he's not up there anymore, the alternative investments and all that kinds of stuff, you say, you know what, yeah, look at it on a quarterly basis. That way you're up to speed and you know what's going on.
I'll tell you the first thing you've got to do is become aware of your money. And one of the ways that I teach my clients to become aware of their money is in anybody's portfolio, one of your investments is very likely to be an S&P 500 index fund or some S&P 500 fund. Well, that index is reported every day at the end of the day. You hear the S&P was up today, or the S&P was down today. Well, I would encourage you when the S&P is down today, go into your account electronically and look at because remember, the stock market closes at 1 o'clock every day in New York, 1 o'clock our time, okay, in New York. Your accounts, within an hour or two, are updated. That you get priced at the close of business every day. Once they're updated, you'll be able to see your account balance. So the market goes down today by 300 points. Go look at that S&P 500 fund. It'll have a drop point. So there's some things that you can start relating. Oh, the S&P went up today. I know part of my portfolio made money. Doesn't mean your whole portfolio made money because it wasn't all invested in the S&P, but you know a portion of your money. Same thing with NASDAQ. NASDAQ is kind of synonymous with small companies. You know, so there's some things you can train yourself. If you look at it every day, it will drive you crazy. And I think last time I was here, I drew a chart on the volatility of the market. When the market goes up, you have this good feeling, but when y'all are putting money in, you're buying more expensive shares. And then when the market goes down, You feel bad because your value went down, but it benefits you because you're putting more money in every pay period. So you're buying those shares at a cheaper price. I think I jokingly said, you should wish that the market goes to a never-before-seen low. Stays there for about 20 years. Day before you retire, goes to a never-before-seen high. It's not going to happen. But that's what you should wish for. But we do it just the opposite in America. When the market goes down, we all start saying, oh my gosh. No, why don't you say, how close are we to pay period? Market's down? Let's get those contributions in there. Buy some cheap shares. Because when the market comes back, where you'll make all your money is on those shares you bought in that trough. It's called dollar cost averaging. Y'all automatically dollar cost average into the market. So when the market goes down, you get the benefit of buying more shares at a cheaper price. Y'all will understand that concept. In fact, y'all will joke around it. I'm telling you, when y'all understand this, not only will you not be scared that the market's going down, you will say, stay down a little while longer. We'll get a few more contributions in. Don't want it to stay down forever, though. All right, any other questions or issues?
Anybody?
Thank you very much.
For the opportunity. Thank you guys for your time. It was an excellent presentation.
Very good.
Thank you.
Like Richard said, there's some of the handouts over there.
And anybody that wants any of the things in here, email to them, let me know, and I'll email you the whole thing if y'all want it.
Okay, we will reconvene our meeting. We are going to go on to our next presentations for the Employee Retirement Plan Services. Our next presentation will be from New York Life. And Kevin, if you maybe want to give a little introduction.
Sure. Blaine Johnson is here from New York Life, and he's also brought a team from Nationwide. We all know Nationwide as Nationwide Insurance, but they're also a very large retirement plan provider. Blaine has brought them as their plan provider and administrator of the plan, and so I will turn it over to Blaine.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much for having us this evening. I recognize many of you from the last opportunity we had at your employee meeting a few months prior. As Kevin indicated, my name is Blaine Johnson. I am with New York Life. Some of you are probably thinking, New York Life, Nationwide, how does that fit? A few months back, we had the opportunity, myself and a fellow colleague, to meet with George and Kevin and discuss the current 457 and 401A plan. As a financial services representative at New York Life, when a client comes to me or a prospect comes to me and asks for assistance on their retirement plan, it's my job to go out and seek the best plan sponsor possible. And in the 457 and 401A world, especially in the state of California, the 457 specifically, Nationwide is the largest, if not hands down the best provider for those services. And that's why I brought Nationwide to the table to come in and bid on the opportunity to facilitate your 457 and 401A. I, in turn, I am the individual who would be corresponding directly with the employees, with Kevin, with George, with the rest of the board. And one of the great things on behalf of the employees is that if at any time there's any issue with a provider, the ability to come to myself and say, we're not happy with the provider, i.e. maybe it's Nationwide or another company, we can go out and look for somebody else where you're not just severing services altogether. But I have the utmost trust in Nationwide, as I've had many clients who are currently in the 457 platform, looking at some of the concerns and looking at some of the nuances that your current plan doesn't have, that Nationwide would be able to facilitate those forward. So tonight I have brought with me, I brought Carrie, I brought Ron, and all the way from Salt Lake City, I've brought Dave as well too. Each one of them individually has a different position within Nationwide under your proposed plan as well too. So they all hold a different function. And I brought them all here tonight to really embody the fact that if you do choose to move forward with myself and Nationwide, there is a larger team behind the plan than just one or two individuals. There actually is multi-levels of that team available to you. So I do know your time is valuable this evening, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to kick it off to Carrie. She's going to kind of get into the plan a little bit, and then we'll all kind of take turns to explain our roles within the team.
Okay, thank you, Blaine. Thank you all for having us here tonight. what I thought I'd do is just take a brief moment to tell you a little bit about Nationwide. You did mention, everybody knows us as this big insurance company, right? But we are also the leading provider of retirement plan services and nationally. So that's in terms of number of plans, and we do also work very heavily within the 457 market. Both myself and my counterpart, Ron, worked with individual participants. Ron still does, meeting with folks and helping them figure out exactly how they're going to be on track for retirement. So even though you do know of us as a large insurance company, we are definitely in the retirement plan marketplace. And with some of the information I'm going to share with you a little bit later, it's definitely about the services we provide, not necessarily pushing an investment or that. We're trying to give you the tools and the vehicle to help you to retire. Now with that, I'm going to introduce David from National Benefit Services, so you can discuss some of those issues.
Excellent.
And then I'll take back over.
Well, good. I appreciate being here because it got me out of the foot of snow that I was in Salt Lake City. So this is great weather. I've been thinking hopefully there's not a pool at the hotel so I can relax in this warm sunshine. I gave strict instructions to my wife, though, on how to shovel the driveway, right? Okay, not here. Don't drive on it first and then try to shovel because that doesn't work so well. But anyway, National Benefit Services, we're located in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we would be the administrators for the plan. We're independent, so it's not that we have to use Nationwide or we have to use another provider, but the preferred provider that we use at National Benefit Services is Nationwide. Just this last week, we celebrated working with them for the last 20 years. We wrote the first contract with them 20 years ago, but we work with any platform that's out there. Our job is the really boring job, right? We don't get to talk about the investments or how to make money. What we talk about is the compliance side of the program, making sure that you don't pass it or exceed any of the limits when you're making your contributions, making sure that there's a plan document that's in good order. That's our job. So when my son and daughter, they go to school and they say, "Hey, Dad, can we bring you to show and tell to talk about what you do?" I'm the last person they want to bring. It's the really boring stuff, right? But we've got a team back at National Benefit Services that we just do that. We focus on the compliance side of your plan, but we also talk about the plan design. Maybe there's a better way of getting more money into the retirement plan. Maybe there's a better way of doing the calculations for the employer side contributions. That's what we're all about. Sometimes when you're with a larger firm, a big national firm, they forget about these small details, about how to work the plan and use the plan design. And so that's where we come in at NBS. Like I said, we've got a team back in Salt Lake City. Part of our organization, we do flexible spending programs, COBRA administration, but the other half of our business, it's straight retirement. And even drilling down further than that, it's just 457 plans and 403B plans. So we've got a full team that's all they do day in and day out. We've got hundreds of school districts, hundreds of governmental entities, even in the state of California, that we do this administration for. So we've got the experience, we've got the expertise. That's why you can count on NBS partnering with Nationwide to make sure that this is the right plan for you as employees and you as the plan sponsor. So with that, kick it right back over.
Sounds good. And I apologize, I did not bring enough materials to pass out for all audience members, but hopefully I can kind of create a picture of what we're talking about here for you. For the board members, if you would turn to the blue tab in the packet in front of you, we're going to take a look and talk a little bit about what the structure, what the menu of services we have to choose from when putting together the retirement plan. So at Nationwide, we do have 1,000 different institutional funds for you to choose from. So that's the lowest share class available, the most cost effective. And we have over 100 different fund families to choose from. So what that does is it allows your investment professional and your team to really put together a very good, high quality, prudent list of funds for all of our participants in the plan to choose from when picking your retirement assets. So when you're looking at these, we've got 5 blocks here. When we structure a retirement plan, normally we start in the middle with the blue box here, designated list of funds. So we start with this 1,000 fund list and work through some sort of prudent process to select the ones that are going to be available for employees. And we have different options that you can choose from here in terms of your fiduciary responsibility and who's going to take that liability on, and we will cover that in another section. But we do also have some options for participants that both want to get in there and get their hands dirty and do a little bit of the investing on their own, as well as folks that really don't know what they want to do with their retirement assets and they want to lean on somebody for some support. Typically, we run into groups where we have a mixture of both types of participants, so it's nice to be able to at least offer the option to go either way. So for somebody that really knows a little bit more about investing and wants to get in there and do it, we have something called Fund Window, and that's the green box to the right. And what that allows us to do is go outside the realm of the, let's say you pick 30 funds, whatever you pick is up to you, but let's say you pick 30 funds for the participants to choose from. Participants can actually go outside the realm of the 30 funds and invest in the rest of the 1,000 on the platform at no additional cost. And the benefit of using this feature is that you can allow the ultimate choice for participants, but you're not subjecting that fund to the same fiduciary risk of the designated fund list. In order to get to Fund Window, participants have to go through the website, sign off on a disclaimer saying, I realize that my employer did no due diligence on these funds, but I know what I'm doing, so whatever I do on my own. So it's another option for folks that want some more choice. And that's at the board level. That's your decision whether or not to offer that feature. We do also have self-directed brokerage, so if that's not quite enough choice, and we want to add, maybe some stock trading to it, we can add that as well. I would say that in the environment that we're in, I'm seeing a lot less of that option used and more so just the fund window because it is quite a bit of choice. Now, for most folks, that's not really appealing. Most folks, including myself, really don't have the time, the knowledge, or the desire to do their own investing in their retirement plan, and they maybe want a little bit more help and guidance. So we have some options there. To the left, we have lifestyle or target date funds. So what these are pre-asset allocated funds already done for you and basically going to be invested over the major asset classes, large cap, mid cap, small cap, international, all of that. We have 7 different families to choose from there. So that's going to be where you're going to rely on your investment professional to help with a recommendation on which funds to choose. But the benefit of having 7 options is that you can monitor them over time and then make changes as needed. But those are a great option for folks that just want to pick one fund and set it. Now, we do also have professionally managed accounts run through Wilshire, and that is an option for folks that say, I absolutely want no discretion over my own money. I want to hire somebody to do it as a professional manager, and the cost to use that service is 0.8% to the participant that selects the service. And once they're enrolled in it, they are going to complete a questionnaire that's going to be both risk-based and age-based, and they're going to be their assets will be 100% managed by Wilshire for them. So it's really a wide range of options for different types of investors within the plan.
The total investment cost is 0.8?
On that program. No, that's the additional cost to what we're going to cover in the expense tab. Correct. For the board members, we do have a list of all the funds available in the back pocket of that blue tab. So if that's something you're interested in looking at, you can pull that one out right there. And then moving on to fiduciary responsibility, this is definitely a strong suit for Nationwide. We want to be able to, or we strive to be able to provide you with a system, a process, some options to offload some of that fiduciary liability. And so we can take it all the way from providing you with an investment policy statement and using that in conjunction with a fund evaluation tool that allows you to make prudent decisions regarding selecting and monitoring your investments over time. We also have a program called Iron Financial, and there's a separate piece that was handed to you. Help has arrived. And basically what that is you would offload all investment decisions to a third-party group, Iron Financial. They would draft your investment policy statement and make changes to the investment lineup on your plan for you. There is an additional cost to that, and it's 0.1%. But the benefit of that is that you're not on the hook for those investment decisions anymore. Certainly as plan fiduciaries, you're responsible for monitoring the other parties related to the retirement plan, but you're not going to be in charge of making those decisions. You will have hired a prudent expert. So definitely very robust lineup of fiduciary services. We do also offer a fiduciary warranty, which is in the back of that orange tab right there. And basically what it says is that we believe very strongly in the process we have in place for your plan, that prudent decisions are going to be made if you use this process, and should something happen, Nationwide would indemnify you of the loss.
Is there a cost for that?
Nope, that's built in. That's built in. Okay, moving on to the next tab, we have plan support and education. I'd like to introduce Ron Salvamini. So Ron is our field service representative based here in Northern California, and he would be the representative that would help with education. So come on up.
Hello. My name is Ron. I'm with Nationwide, and I was here a while ago with Blaine, part of the team. What my role is, what you're listening to are all the options available. And as a team here, Blaine is your architect, so he's going to help you and the board pick the appropriate investment options that will work with everybody. Now that's a great thing to have, but how do you apply that? Now my role with Nationwide, I'm an educator. I used to be a broker, licensed, Series 7, 6, 65, so I have all these licenses and with all the levels of investment. So if this group decides to have a self-directed brokerage and one of the employees wishes to use that and needs education or help or guidance on how to do that, that would be my role. I would come up once a quarter to hold educational meetings with people that are interested. And my position is that, you know, this is a lot of complexity here. There's a lot of things going on. I always apply it to the thought that when I was in high school, I had a Datsun. I changed my own oil. Pretty easy. But in the financial world, everything has evolved. And we have derivatives, options, brokerages, mutual funds, commodities. How do we build that together? And how do I help guide people? We put together very basic to complicated pieces of literature. And one of the simple things that I like to share with people, the first decade of this millennium, if you had your money in a CD, 8 out of 10 years, from 2000 to 2010, 8 out of 10 years, if you'd had your money in a CD with taxes and inflation, you would have had a negative return. That's a very simple concept that it's hard to fathom, but the world is changing. And my role, and I'm very passionate about this, I like to help people. I like to gauge, you know, what your interests are. And why don't I run to bonds now? Because bonds may be in a bubble, just like the real estate market is. So we talk about that. That's my role. I'm on a salary from Nationwide, so I have no interest in directing people in a different way. It's just a matter of one-on-one, you know, help you guys out. If you don't like the Niners, that's not my problem. Right? but we'll talk about why. Why you don't like the Niners. I brought some of these materials if you're just interested in looking at them later and see what type of material we put together for people. I work with water districts, public sector plans. I go to fire stations and talk to the firefighters all the time, the police, City Hall. So I work with everybody, and everybody has a different take on what they want to invest in. But the bottom line, what I know, is that every individual in this room wants to have some security when they retire, and my role is to help you get that in a way that doesn't, and this is a technical term, freak you out. Okay, so I help you with that, and help guide you. Annual plan reviews to work with Blaine, meet with the group here and go over the annual plan. How is the plan evolving? How are the fees being reduced because of the aggregate totals coming in? Do you have rollovers and things that you need to consolidate? So it's comprehensive. And I'm local, so I come to Paradise. I actually go up to McDowell. Anybody know where McDowell is? If you go up past Shasta, and you make a sort of a right northeast about 2.5 hours just before the Oregon border. Population of 216, and we have a plant up there. Plant size. So I go up there once a quarter. I mean, it's kind of cool actually. So I get to visit, you know, and I wrote to Carrie today, and I just, you know, little things in life make you happy. And in my email to her, I said, well, I'll see you tonight in paradise. How can you turn that off? So anyway, that's my role. That's my part of the team. I met some of you guys in the past. I'm here again tonight. If you guys choose to go with our direction, I'll be here as often as you need. Or more. So,
Where are
thank
you
you.
domiciled?
What's that?
Where are you stationed? Where's your office?
My office is in San Pablo, which is in the Bay Area. And the reason for that is I grew up in the city, and my dad wouldn't let me leave. so I live there still. But it's in close proximity. I take care of all of California, Northern California. And when I'm in the Bay Area, I can get to Fresno. I can get to Paradise in one day, a couple hours. So it's a logical place to be. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
We keep him busy, so, but he loves it. Do we have any website users? Do folks do transactions online at all? Okay, so we do have a very user-friendly website, and the information for that is in here as well. But one of the things I really like in it is that there's a really easy tool to use that can help you see if you're on track for retirement. And you can go in and just plug in a few little pieces of information and see. And if you're not, because a lot of folks are not, you know, we can say, okay, well, we need to maybe contribute a little bit more. How much would we need? Or, you know, make little minor adjustments to help us get back on track. So that's a neat tool I would check out if you get the opportunity. And it's actually available on the website, whether you're logged in or not. So you can go check that out at nationwide.com. Okay, so moving on to the expenses, there is a green tab coming up next. Okay, so we structured this part of the program, this is a newer program for us, where what we have done is completely eliminated revenue sharing. So I always describe revenue sharing because everybody kind of has a different definition. So in investments, in retirement plans, there is something called revenue sharing, and basically it's paid to another group, like a Nationwide or like Blaine, to distribute their product. So it's paid, and that makes it very hard for everyone to understand how much you're paying and to who. So what we did was we thought, you know, hey, let's clean this up a little bit and make it easier to understand. We have stripped that out completely. So you know that our Nationwide asset fee is 0.35%. That's all we're receiving on this retirement plan. The advisor compensation is 0.4%. That's all Blaine's firm is receiving. And then you add that to the cost of the investment, which these are the institutional funds, so the lowest share class available out there. And those investment costs should be in there. And my understanding is from the review that was done that we should be at a cost savings to where you are currently. So, okay, good. So, it's kind of cut and dry. This is what it is. So hopefully it's easy to understand. You add those three pieces together and you've got your all-in investment cost.
In conjunction with the 0.10, if they were to take on the fiduciary.
Correct. So if you do opt for Iron Financial to take over fiduciary responsibility of selecting the investments, you would add 0.1 to that.
That's the 338?
That's
Yes.
the 338.
Yes.
Can you explain the role, the additional role that the 338 would be taking instead, and then explain if they did not take the 338, what role they would be taking?
Sure. In terms of the board?
Yes.
So the 338 program is basically allowing you to offload your fiduciary responsibility regarding making investment decisions on the plan. So which investments are we going to put out for our employees to choose from? There's always some sort of fiduciary liability that comes with making those selections. And, there's a world of investment options out there. You got to have a process in place, which we can provide you with a process to do that. But when you hire a third party like Iron Financial, basically what that does is takes that responsibility and that liability and it transfers it over to them completely. And for 0.1%, to me, in my mind, I think that's a pretty good deal.
If they were not to choose Iron Financial and they were to use you as making these recommendations, can you explain to the board how that would work?
Sure. I think there are different levels of fiduciary services that we offer. So the 338 is really like the highest level of you're just offloading it. You're hiring them to do it for you. When we talk about helping you do it, Nationwide can help you do it. We can customize an investment policy statement. We help you to review, but it takes proactivity from you to follow the investment policy statement. So you as a board would have to decide when to make decisions about making a change on the plan, and you'd have to follow that. So we provide you with the tools, but we don't actively do it for you. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Like it.
I was just saying, you may understand it.
Well, that matters. So I'm going to hand this over to Blaine so he can maybe continue with any questions if you know.
For those on the board, I did hand out one of these. If you open that up really briefly, because I know one of the major talking points when Kevin, myself, and George got together was the real popularity of a few different fund choices within the current plan, being such that there is a stable fund right now that is highly popular because it has a very attractive rate of return that it has been paying as of late. And I know for those who are in this specific fund, if a new fund or if a new provider came along, could I get something, or would there be something that would be comparable to this fund? Many of which is tough in this economy to get such a good rate of return. For those of you, you know that I'm referring to the value fund that's in the ICMA account. What Nationwide has is a true guaranteed fixed account. So in the investment world, instead of trying to use jargon, you are not allowed to use that word guaranteed unless it is such. And Nationwide, coincidentally, literally 48 hours after we came out and spoke with you at that employee meeting that one morning, came out and introduced this new fixed account. So this new fixed account has a fixed interest rate on a quarterly basis, much like your stable fund that is in the ICMA plan right now. The fixed fund right now is paying 1.55%. So again, this is reevaluating, and Carrie can piggyback on this as well, so you have every quarter, that set guaranteed rate will be reassessed and you'll get a new fixed rate. But please be cognizant of the fact that this is a true guaranteed fixed rate. We do know the track record and we do know what the current fund inside of the ICMA plan is paying, which is very nice and very attractive. Currently right now 1.77%, but it is not a true fixed or guaranteed rate. Though it is a stable rate, what creates that interest rate are underlying investments. So there is a fund manager that oversees this stable fund, and they are investing in long-term and short-term bonds and different securities that are very, very stable. But at Nationwide, if the plan was to be moved forward with Nationwide, rest assured for those employees that are risk-averse of the stock market and who do like the idea of having a true fixed conservative, will not move in a negative direction in terms of the principal value, Nationwide does have that available to them. And that was on the inside of the White New York Life packet that I provided to you as well. That's the fixed option with the lock on it.
What's the cost of that guarantee?
That guarantee right now, the net cost for you guys is 1.55, and that's the interest rate that it's paying to you.
So the cost is, it's built into how we calculate the rate. So it's our Nationwide fee and advisor compensation that's already taken out before we give you the rate, and it's guaranteed not to go negative.
Okay. So it's a net 1.55 under your current plan. In addition, on the left side of that white packet, you kind of see there's all this jargon right here, the kind of risk tolerance jargon. For those of you who weren't here at that employee meeting, the reason I included that in there was we kind of did for those of you who might remember, we did that risk tolerance assessment. We kind of talked about how you should be invested, moderate, aggressive versus your time horizon, your risk tolerance, what your objective overall is. The reason I provide this to the board is because as a financial services provider, before any recommendation or before any type of guidance can be given to any participant of Paradise Irrigation, it would be negligible of myself or Ron to not have sat down with any of your employees and gone through this with them. And I think those of you who are here tonight who maybe remember back to that morning when we had that meeting, when you actually kind of go through these questions and they kind of start getting you to think about your personality, your time frame, your propensity to react with your money given the market, what it really does is it kind of opens up a dialogue to really see, okay, maybe I do understand that I have a little bit more time. Maybe this is a tool that can allow myself, Blaine, and Ron to establish kind of a baseline as to how much of my money should be in the market, how much of my money should be fixed and guaranteed. But what it really does is by sitting down with each one of the employees collectively who is going to participate in this plan, it gives us a file of each of your participants to be able to go back and say, when we first met, this is kind of what our risk tolerance looked like. And we collectively came to a decision based on where you're at in life and where you're at in your career, how you would feel most comfortable saving for retirement within the plan that's provided to you. Now, we all know that the plan offers endless features, whether you want your plan to look like your spouse's plan via the brokerage link, whether you want to buy and sell Apple stock, whether you want to buy and sell gold, or whether, quite frankly, you just want to set it and forget it. Those are all there for you, but it's our role to sit down and first and foremost educate you. And that's where the education piece comes in, is the first initial sit down is having that risk tolerance test. Because what we found, and I think Ron can concur with this, is when we actually had the risk tolerance test, and I vividly remember there was a younger gentleman in the back of the room. After we went through this, if you turn to the back, you'll see there's these pie charts. You know, his risk tolerance, after he kind of came up with his score, he said, well, take mine for example. You know, his came up as an 80-20. That meant that 80% of his money should be in the stock market, 20% of his money should be in fixed conservative investments. Now, if we didn't walk through this test together and if we didn't have an open dialogue as to what that might have looked like, I'm not so sure he would necessarily feel comfortable with that if we just started talking about investments and how he wanted his money to be saved. Now, his risk tolerance versus your risk tolerance versus your risk tolerance is going to all be different. But what it does is it engages them and it makes them more proactive in saving. There's nothing wrong with being in a set, guaranteed conservative fund that's paying you 1.7 or 1.5. But if your employees are feeling they're being more educated, they have a little more hands-on local, ability to meet with an advisor, their propensity to participate on a higher level in the plan and feel more comfortable with it, we feel as well would be better, and I think you'll get greater feedback, from the overall plan in and of itself. So Ron comes up on a quarterly basis. Ron is paid by Nationwide to come up. He has no vested interest in where you put your money. He has no vested interest in what stocks or bonds or mutual funds you put your money in. But he is paid to come up and educate. That is his role within the Nationwide pyramid. It is my role to be the one who is out in front of the firing squad. If you're not happy with Nationwide, if you're not happy with the plan as we're showing it to you today, I'm the one who receives that feedback, because it's between you, myself, and the board. It's where I'm taking on all of your feedback and your likes and your dislikes. In conjunction with that, we have 2 local offices here in Chico. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with Bill Kyle. Bill Kyle is a senior advisor here in Chico, right over by Enloe Hospital. So I share space out of his office right over there. We also have a second office that's just off of Lassen as well too. So we make ourselves accommodable for all of you, whether you want to meet on-site or Chico local offices, wherever it might be. But in addition, every quarter, Ron and the Nationwide team in conjunction with myself will come up and do these continued educations as well also. It's not only going to just be on just the plan itself, but there's a lot of other pieces that are going to go into that as well, as to understanding saving, understanding investing, what's your number, how much do we need to save to maybe get to retirement, so on and so forth. Yes?
So what you're telling us is that you're going to make available to all employees customized plans for each individual for what they determine is their needs. Is that the deal?
Prior to any individual signing yes that they want to participate in the new Paradise Irrigation 457 401A plan, they will be sitting down with me individually, going through a risk tolerance test and understanding what they should be saving like, what their proportion of stocks and bonds should be. So the answer is yes. Each one of your participants will have an individual file, because from a fiduciary and a compliance standpoint, if somebody comes and audits my file, if I use this gentleman in the front row, if he comes back and says, I lost all my money, Blaine gave me all these recommendations, and I go back and I said, well, no, we had this conversation. You said you wanted to be aggressive. You know what the auditor on my file says? Prove it. If I don't have this in my file, if I don't have a baseline standard to go by, I've now just hung myself out to dry. So not only does it cover myself from compliance, but what does it also do for your employee? It further educates him. It further helps him to understand what might be the most appropriate way for him to invest his money. Yes?
Well, I remember 10 years ago where a broker in Chico had several older clients, and he ended up having to reimburse these people for their losses and put him out of business, but it was a couple of $100,000. So, in other words, that what you just said is worth saying.
Well, and the point being is that when you have your annual reviews of all of your files, and you have an overseeing body who constantly comes and looks at your files, if you don't have, it's like everybody kind of says, oh, you do investments. What's the best stock? It's kind of like, those days are long gone. You say the wrong thing to the wrong person, and they put all their money in AIG. Oops, that didn't work out too well, right? So the risk tolerance kind of serves itself twofold. It covers myself and my liability, but it also educates your participants, because when they walk away from something like that, they get a better understanding of how that should look for themselves.
Well, yeah, to my opinion, for that comment that you mentioned about the broker who advised someone to do something he thinks they should be doing, Blaine's right, those days are over. And my passion with people in the world, I mean, we want to have a noble cause, is to empower each person. So they're not going to go to a broker and say, tell me what to do, and I'll do it unilaterally and hurt myself. But my role is to help give you the tools and the reference points, so then when you ultimately say, okay, I've got all the information, I want to do this, you're comfortable, and ultimately you benefit from it. That's where
And to that same point that Ron was saying earlier, is we have no vested interest in which funds you select. Because, quite frankly, we didn't just come and bring you, and I think you guys might remember I used this analogy last summer. They said, you could have your Fifth Street Steakhouse menu, right? Hope you like something that's on the menu, because that's all you're going to get, right? Or you could have your hometown buffet. We brought you a hometown buffet so that at no point anybody could look back and say, I don't really know if I'm getting enough diversity in this plan. I don't really know if my money can actually do the best it can if I've only got this small set amount of funds to choose from. We wanted to open it up so that you could choose whatever you like. So that if your spouse has the best performing 401k or the best performing IRA that there is, you could choose the exact same funds within your company account, and you can mirror image the two of them. Your aunt might work for Cisco and say it's a great company, and you want to go in and buy Cisco stock. We have no vested interest in which individual funds or stocks you purchase. We're just here to help, encourage, and promote the plan for the benefit of the board. Plain and simple.
If, because you're not in Chico, so if you said you're out of Bill's office, if these guys have a question and they need it answered right away, then they could call Bill and he'd answer the question for them?
No, I'm out of Bill's office, yeah. Twice a week I work out of Bill's office, yeah.
Okay, so let's say it's not one of the days you're not in the office and they have a question they need answered right away. I can't imagine.
The great thing about that is that my associate who was with me here earlier, who's now one of those fallen victims to the flu, Nick Hanna, he's permanently located off of Lassen.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. So Nick is permanently located in Lassen. I'm out of Roseville, but I work out of Bill Kyle's office 2 weeks out of the month. So you have a permanent resident of Nick who's here, and then myself who's out of Bill Kyle's office twice a month.
Cool. Okay.
Yes.
For those of us that are retired and have funds in ICMA currently, how will those monies be transferred if they're selected, and what options do we have for further investing with New York or
with Nationwide?
Yeah.
Well, you'll have the same options that everyone else has on the plan. So what we talked about with the plan funds that are selected for the main group. If the board elects to use fund window, you'll have the whole gamut of 1,000 funds to pick from, but you'll have the same choice as everyone else does.
So you would, let's say we sat down and you said, okay, Blaine, I was in the old account, I'm retired, I'm used to having these 6 funds, what do I do now? I say, okay, well, let's look at what we've got. Here's where we're at, here's what we need to talk about. We need to go through a risk tolerance test, we need to talk about if you are retired, what's the best way for your monies to be invested based upon how much income do you need per month, what are your sources of income, what is your overhead. You know, there's 5 to 10 to 15 different variables that we would have to have a conversation about before we would even talk about where your money should even go. But you would have the same benefits that all of your peers who are currently working would have within the 457 plan.
You even have more choice.
Well, I think you all are going to have a lot of people up here yapping at you tonight. So I think from our presentation, I hope you can take away a few things. The first is that we really would be honored to work with you and very excited to work with your team. Your service team here with Blaine and with Ron, really, you can't beat that. They really want to help you to retirement and through retirement. So definitely a good service team here. In terms of the nationwide platform, we've got incredible flexibility, lots of choice, do whatever you want with it, with health, right? Fee transparency, know what you're paying and to who, so that's important. And then we have excellent fiduciary services at your leisure. So we'd definitely be honored to work with you, and if you keep those few things in mind, I think.
Would you go back a little bit? You said something about the board has to make a decision, or if the board chooses to go with this plan or that plan.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't quite understand that. I'm not sure what the board would be choosing.
So on the nationwide platform, you have a number of choices. The first set of choices is that blue tab here. So the 5 boxes, those are choices. So I talked about fund window. Lots of employees love that. You can elect to offer it or not to offer it. So that would be a choice. A second choice I think Blaine mentioned would be the 338 service. That is not built in. It's a choice to hire them.
This is not all, or this is not just one.
Correct. This is kind of like your menu. We get to pick from these options to customize this plan for you.
Okay, so if we pick all 5 options.
That's great. That's perfect. You can do that.
No change to cost.
Or we can pick one.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, could you explain your fees a little bit more? If you lost me.
Sure. So fees, back to the expense tab. So the nationwide fee is 0.35%.
Of the funds managed.
No. Yes, it's
Total
of
assets.
the total assets. Yes.
Right.
Okay. 0.35
On per what?
per dollar.
No, per day, per month, per week.
It's an annual fee calculated daily.
Okay. And the financial advisor commission cost, I got that.
Okay.
The 0.1% if we want to go with the 338 or whatever that number was.
Correct.
And then what is the fund expense?
So there's a sample investment menu in behind those couple pages. It should have been in with the expense tab.
It's the green tab. Look in the green tab. Pull this, if you pull this one here.
So the net expense ratio.
These numbers are so big.
I know. And I can't see them either. I know where they are, so I can show you.
Administration fees.
So you would add, and it really adds them all together, but 0.26% would be the investment expense for this.
On an average basis, but if you want to look like, I always pick out the S&P 500, which is the Vanguard 500 index. Mm-hmm. It's the second one down. You look at it says column A. It says 0.05. Mm-hmm. That's the fund expense. That's what you're going to be. That's what they're paying Vanguard to manage that fund. So the total expense is their expense, Blaine's expense, and then that expense, which that totals 0.8.
8.1 or yeah, okay.
0.8.
So minus the fund expense, what is that?
75. 0.75.
0.75.
Flat.
Versus what's right now?
Well, it's point. See the thing, it's hard to tell because, yeah, they do 0.55 plus they do a
And if we
fund
did the
expense, which is
338 on there, then it'd be 0.81.
right. So if I go to if you look at theirs, the S&P, which I always think is a good benchmark, theirs is 0.08, and currently ICMA's is 0.98. So it's 18 basis points higher for exactly the same fund that we're paying now. Because you can't really vary an S&P 500 index fund. They're both doing the same exact thing. They're mirroring an index. That's why it's a good benchmark to tell what the funds are, the expenses are.
And the relationship between National Benefit Services and Nationwide?
So we're an independent administrator, but we're connected with Nationwide because we do so much business with them. So we've partnered with them. So when we're talking about the services we provide, which are helping with the payroll and the contributions that go up to Nationwide, or distributions that come out for retirement or for loans or hardships, that's where we come in. But we're so connected with Nationwide that it's a seamless process for us. So that's the connection. We're not hired by, or we're not employed by Nationwide. We're independent.
So that they would help us on the administration of the plan. So that say someone
set up what needs to be administered.
Say someone comes to us and goes, "I need a loan out of my plan." There's administration that has to happen. There has to be a way to track that loan. There has to be amortizations of that loan. There has to be payroll deductions on that loan. That's where they come into it.
Regardless of what service you provide, your fee is...
It's all built in.
Yeah, it's all...
And then... Dave. No? Yeah.
Blaine.
Blaine.
Blaine, that's right, okay, yeah. If we chose, if a participant chose to have a professionally managed box.
Bed box.
Who's going to be,
So that's
after the interviews, which person here is going to be making decisions on which funds to invest in, which stocks to buy, which gold to buy?
So that's actually twofold. They have two choices. They could have myself sit down with them and put together a portfolio that they feel comfortable with at no cost to them because it's encompassed in the plan. Or they might step back and say, you know what? I want somebody who has absolutely nothing to do with this plan. I want a completely independent advisor to manage my money for me. And that's that red box.
Right.
And he
So
wants,
we
he wants to know who that person is.
And I will tell you, it's run through Wilshire. So if you've heard of the Wilshire 5000 Index, Wilshire is one of the largest money managers for pension plans nationally. And what we did as a group was we said, hey, we've got all these retirement plan companies. We may not have billions of dollars in these plans on an individual plan level, but put together, we've got a lot of assets here, and our folks need some help too. So we came to an agreement with Wilshire that they would manage that component for our participants on a retirement plan, no minimum to get in, which, their minimum is like $100 million for them to manage money for you, and a reduced rate of 0.8%. So it's Wilshire, and there is a one-pager in the back of this investment tab, the blue tab, it's called the Wilshire Pro account. Right there. So you need additional information on that.
So if somebody wanted to go completely away from the services that are already part of the plan, myself,
I'm just interested if they just wanted you guys to make the decision.
it's already built in. It's already built in.
And who's doing it?
That'd be myself as well as Ron.
Okay.
And then with the Wilshire, that adds that extra 0.8%.
If they don't trust you and Ron?
That's if they say we want somebody who doesn't. If they say we don't want to disclose our personal information. We want to just talk to somebody on the other end of the phone. They can completely go outside of the platform.
But I understand you say that they could bring in an outside independent advisor.
Right.
That has nothing to do with Nationwide.
It's the Wilshire Pro account. That's what we're referring to. Yes.
What'd you call that again?
Wilshire, Wilshire. Okay. Hope I got that right.
Could you clear something up for me, please? Because it seems like in the prior presentation, there were two fees. If I'm correct, there was one fee for, hey, you do it yourself, you choose your thing, you kind of manage this, and then there was a, hey, we got a pro over here that can do this for you. So there were two different fees.
Yeah.
So what's going on with your fees and what are they?
That's what we're referring to here is that professionally managed account where we bring in that third party to do it for you. That's an additional 0.8%. So on top of everything else we talked about, it's an additional 0.8%.
Okay, so
if you do it yourself, it's 0.75 plus whatever fund you choose.
Okay. So 0.75 or 1.
If it gets bad, I'll go outside.
Right.
If you just choose it. You say, Blaine, we like you guys, but I don't want personal information out
Yeah.
there. We're going to pay a fee to separate ourselves from the plan.
I just want to make sure those two numbers were what I was.
Right.
Now, in addition to that, one thing that just recently came out that can be in addition to the plan, which is kind of nice, depending on, you don't want to start a tax debate here, but there is a Roth component as well, too. The benefit of that Roth component is when you put your money in, it's after-tax dollars, so you get no deduction today on your taxes. But your money grows tax-free, and when you pull that money out in retirement, it's 100% tax-free. Some people like that idea. Most people don't necessarily have that as a benefit in a retirement plan. If you so choose to as the board, you may elect to have that as a feature for your employees.
Other than this Roth feature, let's say if they're paying $5,000, $10,000 a year into their retirement plan, they could actually opt and have $5,000 go into a Roth IRA and $5,000 someplace else.
You can split it. Yes, you can.
Is there additional cost for the Roth?
No, this is just part of your plan feature. It's just some people like it. It's just one of those that has just come out as of recent.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, some people like the idea of not having to worry about paying taxes.
So, with that in mind, as far as that Roth goes, do you have an opinion on age brackets where that Roth does work well or doesn't work well?
That goes back to that initial conversation that you, myself, and or Ron would have and sitting down and saying, okay, where are you at? What makes most sense to you? Because if you're telling me, hey, Blaine, I'm $1,000 away from going up a tax bracket, it wouldn't make sense for me to advise you to take more income and put you over that tax bracket. So it's that collective initial sit down with each one of your employees before any recommendation or any consultation can come to some sort of conclusion as to where their money should go.
I need to ask another question on this. Third party, if this person decides to bring in a completely outside, unaffiliated financial planner, that would cost them 0.80?
No, that is only for the Wilshire Pro account. If somebody's working with an outside investment professional, they just need to have authorization to speak to us. So they would need like a power of attorney, but they can work that out on the side. Okay. But they would have access
there
through
would
a power
be
of
no
attorney.
cost.
No cost.
Yeah.
No cost.
For them to you.
You have your
Correct.
own financial advisor. You can work with them and within the plan.
Right.
You could subscribe to Motley Fool and you would handle it?
So you said that you have a guaranteed fixed fund for 1.55%, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The previous ones that were just in here were quoting that ICMA is doing 1.90, but they could come back and give us a 7.02 on a Vanguard Intermediate Term Bond Index Fund, or a 5.23 on a Prudential Short Term.
Do you want to handle that or?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we're talking huge differences.
We are. And what we're also talking about is different areas of risk as well, too. I can offer you those exact same funds. In fact, those funds are available to you in the open window. You could choose those funds through the open window. But the difference is those rates that are being quoted to you, those rates fluctuate based upon the stock market. Those are not fixed guaranteed rates.
So they're not fixed.
No.
There's that
And
guarantee.
you can also lose money.
I think they said that too, though.
They what?
They said that, though.
Yeah, so
That they weren't fixed?
But they were comparing it to a fixed fund like it was a good thing.
Well, they were comparing, saying there's other stuff out there that can be had.
I think they were making the point that the ICMA fund is not guaranteed.
Well, yeah, but I can say I gained 11% off my money somebody else gained 1.90. So, I mean, you can claim that. I thought they were trying to show something else. So basically, your fixed fund is 1.55%.
Yeah, and the reason we bring that up as a point of discussion tonight is because we do know that it is a very, very prevalent fund that's being invested in. And there is that concern that for those who are, steadfast in that fund, if they do, if the board does choose to come over to Nationwide, that they do have something that is a true comparable to it. And we want to educate and let you know that what's at Nationwide is guaranteed. And in the investment world, we can't use that word lightly. I mean, it has to be a legitimate guarantee that's going to be paid. The stable fund, the word itself, stable, would imply that it is going to be there, but the rate itself is not guaranteed. So we do have a comparable. It is a very close apples to apples, even though it's not a guarantee what you have right now at ICMA.
Does it have to remain in there a certain period of time?
No, it's fully liquid. It's fully, and that's unique because a lot of fixed accounts out there, it's like you can put your money in, but it takes you 5 years to get it out if you want to go into the market. This account is completely liquid and you can go in and out as you please.
So at the end of each quarter, or before the end of each quarter, tell you what the return is going to be prior to that, so you're not
Well, you're not locked in. Yes, we do notify you what the rate's going to be, but you see the rates changed. Okay, I'm just going to move my money. I want to go somewhere else. So yeah, that's the great thing about having it be movable.
And there's no problem as far as making changes every so often. I mean, we can do it at any time.
You can't. So the way, correct, and you can do it online. You can call in. The way it works is we have set, because these are retirement plans focused for long-term monies, we have kind of a limit of 20 trades per year, and that's not 20, it's like 20 different days that you can trade on. Most of our participants don't get even close to that. But it's not a limit. What it is basically you can only do 20 online, and then you have to call in. So that is a limit, but it's just kind of to encourage. We don't want day trading in the retirement plan. It's really trying to protect our employees because we definitely saw a lot of issues with that in the past.
So if we rolled over and you got your new welcome to Nationwide, here's your mock login and password, we would sit down and show you if you wanted to trade. But in addition, if you needed to do a conference call, myself, Ron could do a conference call with you at Nationwide if you exceeded that, if you needed us to help you get through that and make more trades if need be. So you don't have those restrictions.
A question regarding the use of your money manager, Wilson. You talked about the risk tolerance questionnaire. So that helps to see what particular participants' goals are and needs are. But if you use Wilshire, how sensitive are they to the results of that questionnaire? I mean, they're managing billions.
Yes.
Are they going to be able to respond to the $50,000 if they need something else?
To the $20 that's in the account, absolutely. And this is the way it works. So if you enroll in the program, you submit a questionnaire, and it's pretty extensive about your risk tolerance, and it's going to also be age-based. And so what they're going to do is put you into one of their portfolios that they manage for us based upon the investments in our platform, and there's 39 of them. And basically what it does is, let's say that you're aggressive and you're conservative, you're going to have more stock in your portfolio than you are, depending on age, of course. And so as you approach retirement, you're going to gradually become more conservative, but they definitely, no matter what size account you have, you're going to be managed to your risk tolerance in your target retirement date.
So they would have their own risk tolerance if you chose to go to the money management side. But either way, risk tolerance is the baseline platform to make any recommendation.
Anybody else? Sounds to me like, Wayne, that the outside group, Wilshire, they charge 0.80 for doing what you do for no charge.
Correct.
Except for Blaine's not going to move your money around.
Well, your money will be moved around.
No, only if you
not maybe as often.
Yeah, only when there's a conversation about it. I won't. Yeah, Wilshire would discretionally take that action.
Right.
Correct. Whereas
they're actively
managing your fund, where he's going to sit down with us and tell, well, this is where I think you ought to put your money based on where you're at, and then you come sit down with them again. Well, I think you ought to balance it around.
And some participants, they really like to be hands-on. They like to meet with us every quarter. Some are really set it and forget it. hey, once a year is great, let's just do it every June maybe. Some people are semi-annual, every 6 months. Whatever works best for you. We have the facility here, we have the facilities in Chico, whatever works best for you, if we so choose that you feel that there is a need to shift your money around. Yes.
Is there a limit how many times they can contact you? No? Take a daily contact?
You can contact me as many times as it takes for the board to be happy. As long as the board...
Careful what door you just are about to open up. Careful. You're real close to going off the edge of the cliff there.
We're sensitive to the fact that if we're going to earn your business, we already know how the business has been leading up to this. So we want to be sensitive to that and understanding that we want the board to be happy with hearing that there is positive feedback based upon their interaction with myself and Nationwide. So with every business card that's given, as the board sees, there's a cell phone number attached. And the reason there's a cell phone number attached is because if clients are disconnected and they can't get a hold of you because you're not at the office, those aren't happy clients. If a client can at least get a hold of you on your cell phone, they feel like they can communicate, they're engaged, and they feel as though they're not just being left behind and that they're not important.
Any other board members have any other questions? Employees, any questions there? Well, then I think we'll thank you for your presentation. I think we've got one more to go here, so I think we'll enjoy. As the hours click on there, Blaine, I'd like to thank you. That's there. And Kevin, if you want to give us a lead into this one, please.
Sure. Like I've said in all the other presentations, we've brought back 3 retirement plan providers for presentations. You've heard the first 2 tonight. And ICMA is our current retirement plan provider. We've been with them for a long time, 20 years maybe. They know our business, and they're here to present their business. So I'll send it over to Dennis.
My name is Dennis Duarte. I'm the regional manager for ICMARC. This is James Collins. He's our financial planning manager, CFP, for us as well, and your plan as well. As you can probably tell by my voice, I'm a little hoarse. I caught a little bug about 2 weeks ago and it's sticking around, so forgive my jacket. I got a little chill. So not contagious, just a little chilly. You all grow cold out here. I want to thank you all for letting us come back and speak to you about our plan and what we do. For the most part, I think most of you folks heard us speak on the other 2 or 3 occasions that we've been here. We went through the plan material. Just, sir, I understand that you're a new board member, so I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Our presentation is going to be relatively short. Given looking at what we were going to present, we didn't want to bore the folks with the same material we presented the last 2 times we were up here. So we're going to just speak to why you should choose ICMARC for your deferred comp provider. When you look at what ICMARC does, it's strictly deferred compensation for the government markets, which is cities, counties, districts like this. We were established in 1972, so we've been doing this for 40 years, and all we do is government business. There's no 401k, there's no 403b, it's just 457 for the government folks. So we know our business. We turned 40 years this past year, 2012. So we're confident that we offer a plan that is feasible for you, reasonable for you. It's a plan, the same plan that you have here is the same plan that we have in our $2 billion plans. The plan construct is the same. So when you look at it from an expertise standpoint, all we do is administer 457s. I think we do a pretty good job. So there's not a competition for resources. If you have a company that does 401k or 403bs, there's always a competition for resources. My previous employer, which was the Hartford, was an insurance carrier that had 3 of those legs of business, and we were always fighting for resources. Here, not the case. We have an independent investment philosophy, which means that although we don't offer advice, we offer guidance, because what we plan on doing with our participants is making sure they have a plan that's specific for them, and we work the plan. That helps you with the ups and downs of the market. If you have 20 years until you retire, and your dollar cost averaging in a well-diversified portfolio, that's essentially where you need to be to try to figure out what the bits and bytes of the market is, what you're going to do when the market spikes and when it falls. It doesn't serve you. There's study after study after study out there that says that doesn't serve you well. Feel free to Google or CNBC it if you like. There's studies out there. But we advocate helping you develop a plan that's good for you, then helping you work that plan for the time that you're in our plan. So as we look at that, that feeds right into, we have salary representatives, myself, James Collins, your representative. All the employees of ICMARC are salaried individuals. We don't work on commission. So whether you're part of the plan or not, in a particular fund or not, makes no difference to us. We get paid the same way. So that way we can talk to you about your plan and offer you what we feel is an unbiased look as to what works best for you folks. We serve our clients and not shareholders, so we're a not-for-profit company. We're private. We don't have shareholders that we have to tend to. That was a big issue when I used to work at the Hartford. And if you remember, about a year and a half ago, the Hartford actually announced that they were leaving the government business, and they did. They got bought by MassMutual. And part of that was because they were not competitive to the shareholders, not to the plans, to the shareholders, because they were equal in size to us in this leg of the business. Again, 40 years strong, not-for-profit. We serve participants and plan sponsors. That leads into, we understand your needs. We know what it needs to take to run the plan. As Kevin said, we've had the plan here for a long time. We appreciate what you folks do. We are here to help make the plan better as we move forward. And those are the key items that I wanted to open up with. Forgive my voice. I'm sorry. I'm taking deep breaths in between. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring James up to talk about the financial planning services and the other services that we offer.
Thank you, Dennis. Yeah, I'll talk about my services as a certified financial planner. I think that makes us quite a bit different than other providers you might interview. But I'll talk about just the service model in general because, for all of you sitting right here, it's going to be myself and the investment representative that you're working with. And so, you should have a good idea of what to expect from us. In general, when you're working with myself or the service representative, I think there's a couple of things that really sets us apart from other providers. One, like Dennis said, working with people in the public sector. I work with all sorts of people in county government, local government, agencies like this. And so I think both for me and the rep, when we come and talk with one of you, we have a good understanding of what's going on in the public sector. And, your experience might be different than the average person I'm working with, but I will have a good basis, and the representative will have a good basis for advising you based on your general situation. The other thing that sets us apart is that myself and the representative, we're salaried by the company. And when I take a look at the different investment advisors I've worked with over the years, the different investment representatives, insurance agents, so on and so forth, I can really say from the heart that I feel the best situation for a client is to speak with someone who's non-biased, meaning, they're salaried or you pay them for a fee for service, but whether or not you decide to invest in investment A, B, or C, it doesn't matter to us in the sense that it's going to change our compensation. If you pick investment C, we get paid the same as investment A. So when we're looking at what you're telling us in terms of what you need for your financial future, we have one answer, and that's what we feel is best for you. And since, I'm not contingent on a commission or something like that, if plan A doesn't work because you don't want to invest this way or you don't believe in that style of, finance, that's fine. Let's go with plan B, plan C, and we'll keep hashing it out. But the important thing to know is that whether or not you go with our recommendations, our compensation is the same, so we have no incentive to tell you do this or that based on our own financial well-being. Another example of this is that within the lineup of funds, we have only one insurance product. It's an annuity, provides guaranteed income somewhere between 4.25% and 5.75% based on your balance. And so, this is a powerful tool. It guarantees income for a participant with us for the rest of their lifetime. And whether you go into that product or not, again, I don't receive any income. If you go in there, that's terrific. That's guaranteed income for you for the rest of your life. But if you don't go into it, again, plan B, plan C, let's work it out on your terms. So I think that's a pretty powerful service model right there. Again, we'll give you the best advice that we can, the best guidance in terms of your financial well-being and your investment choices. So in terms of the service from the plan representative, that's up for HR, the board, or whomever to decide what kind of schedule you want us in here on. All I can say about our past efforts is that anytime we've been asked to come up, whether it's to the courtyard or elsewhere, we've made it there, and we're happy to come again whenever we're called. Okay, so the service rep, again, that's the person you'll be with on a more regular basis. I'm available at the call of the service rep or on call for all of you as a certified financial planner. Your investment rep will focus mainly on the benefits and the investments that you have within your 457 plan. If you work with me, it's my job to take it to the next step, which is if we have these resources here, you have some other resources over there, you're looking to retire at a certain age with a certain amount of income, how do we put it all together? And since I am salaried by the company, it's very easy for me to look at everything someone has and give them the best advice. And the best advice is not always, sell out of that and bring everything over to ICMA. Or, do something that's in ICMA's interest. You're a client here. I'm a salaried person working for you. So, I'll advise you on the stuff that you have here. And if you have things elsewhere, we'll advise you on that as well to the best of our ability in helping you get to retirement and meet your financial needs. Let's see. As I mentioned there, we have a variety of classes that are available. We haven't really done too much in regards to this. We've been up here, I was up here with Mark. We talked in general about how to access your account and a little bit about investments, but we can take it so much deeper than that. Whether you're concerned about college planning for your kids, estate planning, writing a will, or do I need a trust, learning how to invest, for retirement, learning how to take income from your investments. These are all topics that we cover in very general detail. So that, if you're thinking about your assets at ICMA, you can apply it there. If you're thinking about assets elsewhere, you can apply those skills and those knowledge there as well. I guess I'll just kind of conclude by saying, Dennis says we provide guidance, and in general we do. It's not up to us to tell someone you absolutely have to do something. It's to say if this is what you're trying to achieve, these are your options. So in that case, in the case that someone does want very specific investment advice, we do have that component available. We do work with an investment advisor, Ibbotson & Associates, that for a fee starting at 0.6% of the account balance, going down from there based on your overall account balance, they will take your information in terms of what you're saving, what your Social Security benefits are, if you have pension benefits, what your spouse's benefits are, put that all together, and they will make the investment choices for you. And when you're in this situation, they may invest you a little bit different than you would invest yourself, but it's designed to meet your financial needs. If you like what they're doing for you, you pay them the extra fee. If not, you've got myself and the service representative to talk about investments and come up with your own plan. So again, with the guaranteed income product, with any of the investments we have no incentive to push anyone in any given direction. We just have every incentive to make you happy as a client and do our best job for you. Do you want to wait till the end for questions? Or?
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay. Other than that, I'll turn it back over to Dennis, and thanks for having us up here.
James was a good point, and you'll hear us come back to that social message of, we don't charge, we're salary and so forth, and we think that's huge, because here's the thing. I've been doing this a long time, licensed since by the way, we're all licensed. He has a Series 6, I have a Series 7. We're licensed Series 65 registered investment advisors. I'm a registered principal, so all of the personnel that work for us are licensed registered investment people. I want to be clear about that. So we have the same license as the Edward Jones person or the Smith Barney person. So when you look at us sitting in front of the participants, like James says, it's not our job to tell you what to involve yourself with. I've sat in front of 20-year-olds who are in our Plus Fund, which is our stable value fund, because that's where they're the most comfortable. Now, I've met with this person 3 or 4 times. I've conveyed to this person that, at your age group and what you have looking forward to, this is the type of portfolio you should be into. And it's an education process, not a selling process, which I think is one of the key differentiators between what we do and others do. So I want to be clear about that. So we're proud of that. And we can do it because we're not for profit. We're not looking at shareholders. So I just wanted to put into context the information that James has given about us being salaried personnel. With respects to moving forward, we're independent, again, not-for-profits, fiduciary focus. Now, this is interesting because this is something that we've heard that's of interest to the board and of importance to the board. And one of the things that, I want to come back to is the plans that you have that we provide you, the plan itself, the plan document, the construct, and what have you, is a plan that's been accepted by the IRS and the Department of Labor. This plan is the same plan that's in our $2 billion plans and our $100 million plans and our $30 million plans and what have you. It's the same exact plan document, same exact plan construct. It's been vetted, it's been tried and tested by consultants in this industry time and time again. And a little more than our liking, but we're always in front of consultants, presenting our plan, having them look through it to make sure that the plan is proper for the plan sponsors. So same exact plan. So from a fiduciary standpoint, it simply means this. There is nobody out there who can take that fiduciary responsibility from the board. That's what we've been told by our home office. At best, they can partner with you a little bit and maybe defer some of it, just as we do with this plan document. So please take comfort in that the plan document that you're working on and the plan is set up under has been tried and tested and has been approved by the DOL as well as the IRS. So you're solid from that perspective. We're a financially sound company. We're, to my knowledge, out of the 5 major players in what we do, we were the only company that did not lay off anybody during the 2008-2009 financial crisis. And actually, technically, they expanded because they hired me in the process. So if you look at it from that perspective, where other companies were laying off droves and droves of people because it was asset-driven, not service-driven. We have a comprehensive and streamlined investment lineup, and a fee philosophy. So what I'm going to show you is, this is our basic fundamentals report. You can ask the rep for it, you can ask James for it, you can ask me for it, you can pull it off the website. It's the same stuff you folks see when you sit with the representatives. The key thing I want you to take a look at is look at the columns from the gray over. And those are our expense ratios, our admin fees, and the total expense ratios of the fund. Why is this important? Well, every fund has a fee. So if you buy the fund here, you buy it at Edward Jones, you buy it at Smith Barney, Schwab, it's going to have a set of fees. Our fee to administer the plan is the second column in, going from right to left. It's the admin fee, and it goes anywhere from 55 to 70 basis points, typical. That's what we charge to run the plan. That pays our salaries, that pays the home office folks, the processing, the statements, the website, and all that. So when you take a look at this, compare the fees against what you're already being presented. Make sure you ask the right questions. What's the total fee? The total fund expense is the last column, and that's net of fees. So when you look at, that's the total fund expense. When you look at the returns in blue, those fees are netted out of the returns. So when you take a look at what you're getting as a return, that's what you're actually getting less those fees. So those fees have been factored out already, and that return, what you see, is what you get. Now, the key thing you want to take a look at with respect to fees is understand that there are no loads on any of these funds. There's no back-end deferred sales charges. These are institutional share classes, so best fees you can get on a plan this size. Okay.
Question.
Sir.
I noticed this form that we had here earlier. I don't know if you've looked at it or not. Kevin gave it out to us, or George. Under your column here, you have a 0.98 on your S&P index.
On the S&P.
Okay.
Jeff, I don't know if you have that up. I don't think you
And
do.
according to your website, that's a 0.22 is what you're charging. So there's 76 pennies per 100. What are you doing with those 76 pennies? Or am I interpreting this wrong?
This was the S&P 500 index?
Yeah. You have 0.98%. And under what we have here. And your website says it's 0.22%. Looked it up a couple days ago.
Right here.
There we go.
Where was that?
0.98. All right. So we're looking at a total fund expenditure of 0.98. We have admin fees of 0.55. The 0.22 is what we would draw off of the fund through a revenue share.
Okay.
So what you actually are charged is the 0.98. Again, it's taken out of the total return.
Okay, right. 76 cents. What, you're doing something with that 76 cents or the 22 cents. What?
It's just
I always break it down as cents, percentage, but I break it down as cents
so
or
98.55 and 72.
whatever it is. I think it's 70.
Okay.
I think it's 76 cents.
Either admin fee or to the fund manager.
Admin charge and all that.
Right. The 22 cents is what we take out of it, and the other 70 some odd cents is basically going back for admin services and going back to the fund manager.
For
us and the fund too. The
Okay.
fund gets its take from that as well.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any other questions while we're on the investment?
The return of, what is it, 14.99 year-to-date?
Which one, sir?
The same 500 index fund?
Right.
The 1 year?
Year-to-date?
Year-to-date.
14.99, yes.
Then the 3-year average, 5-year average, that's what you, 10-year average, that's what the fund has done over time?
Yes, sir. Those are rolling averages.
So 5 years ago was 2008, is that right?
2007, 2008, depending on the time, yes.
And you were in the black in 2008.
I'm sorry, sir?
Were you in the black in 2008, if I read this right? 0.71?
Yeah. I mean, what it is, this is a rolling average. So what they're doing is they're taking 5-year blocks and averaging that out and then taking that average and showing it here. So as one would fall off, one would be added on the back end of the most recent year. So what it does, it gives you the most accurate description. And again, this is what the fund performance was.
Okay.
Any other questions? So again, talking about the fee philosophy, and the other thing is also is that on the fee philosophy, there was a mandate that came out of the Department of Labor that says it has to be transparency in fees, fee disclosure. Have you heard of that at all? Okay. It was mandated in the 401k rule, which follows ERISA rules. There has to be a fee disclosure that has to be initiated this year. Now, we in the government market industry, the 457 industry, we're not required to follow ERISA. We as a company choose to. And one of the things that we're doing that some of our competitors are not is this fee disclosure, so that should be coming out sometime this year. Now, why is that important? Well, we don't have to tell you what the fees are and have transparency. We choose to do that. I think that's huge. Given the talk that we have today about fees and mutual fund expenditures and so forth, you can go to our website, look at all the fees that we're charging on all the funds that are in your plan, and it's right there in front of you. So when you compare these investments against others, do compare apples to apples, orange to oranges, and do ask the proper questions. You know, is there a load on the fund? Is there a back-end sales charge? We don't have those. Some others might.
Well, you say you're independent, nonprofit.
Correct, sir.
Your books, how do you run your books like that then?
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
Well, books meaning to me your financial statements. You're a nonprofit organization, independent. We try to be that here too. But I just wondered how your books are showing on your status of it. Are you really sound as financially? You have good reserves and all of that?
Yes, I believe we do. I mean, that's a little beyond my scope. I don't handle those, but I can get those for you unless James can.
The only comment I can offer to that is, we routinely bid on new business, at which point it'll be very common for a plan to ask us these kind of questions. And, I can't tell you every single column in the accounting sheet, but in terms of reserves, we're looking at $300 million plus.
Thank you.
It's interesting that the reserves didn't go down appreciably during the financial crisis, and we were one of the few financial companies that didn't have to take any government bailouts or anything like that. We took no TARP money. We didn't take anything. The not-for-profit status, that's something I've kind of wondered too. Why are we not-for-profit, and what does that exactly mean to the people working for the company and the people that we service? And basically what it means is, we don't have shareholders. We're allowed to keep a certain amount of money on the books, but the not-for-profit status means after a certain point, the monies that we have, the profits that we have, are going to have to go back to our clients in terms of fee reductions, expanded services, better infrastructure. At some point we're going to have to put the money back. So, it's nice to keep a very strong balance sheet. For us working for the company, no one had to be laid off during the financial crisis. But I think our investors can feel very good that they're not going to see a lack of service or any changes to service because of a change in the financial marketplace.
So you're saying the depositors own the company? Is that what you're saying?
No, nobody owns the company. It's a not-for-profit company. So,
Well, it's like here, we're nonprofit, and our customers own the company.
But yeah.
So,
yeah,
so in your case, the depositors must own the company.
Yeah, in the sense that you're here for the benefit of everyone who's paying the bills. Yes, same.
Okay.
I would say in theory, but not. Yeah, we got to be careful about that because that actually talks about a mutualization aspect of what we do. We're not a mutual company. You as shareholders or depositors, to use your term, own the company.
Right.
But we function as if you do because that's all we have. We only do government business. So you folks essentially pay our salaries. So.
Now you only do 457s?
Government markets, 457s, 401s, IRAs, but only for the government markets, yes, sir.
Okay, so you have both of our plans then?
I'm sorry?
They have both of our
401A that we have.
Yes.
You manage that. Yeah, exactly.
Because I saw you say you were exclusively a 457, and I immediately said, well, where's our 401A?
I'm sorry. No, we do your 401A as well. 457 is synonymous with government markets in our lingo. My apologies for that. We do also have 401Ks, but I want to clarify that for full disclosure. The 401Ks prior to 1986 were allowed to be placed in government markets. We've adopted those as they're grandfathered in. There is no 401Ks in the government markets post 1986, but we do have very few, a handful of those nationwide that we just service as a means of service.
Now, earlier we were told that there's no penalty for taking money out of a 457?
Once you separate service, for any reason, regardless of age, you can access your money as taxable income only, no penalty. On the 457, 401 has the same rules as a 401k or IRA.
Right.
Sure.
The IRAs you operate, is that a Roth IRA?
We do Roth, regular, spousal. Sir?
Oh, no, that's stretching. Stretching.
Yeah, no. The comas is kicking in. I'm all hyped up here. Okay. Any other questions that I can answer?
No, it was pertinent, but I'm so used to acronyms. Is ICMA an acronym for another thing?
It stands for International City and County Managers Association. RC means Retirement Corporation. We license the name from ICMA as an organization, but we're the retirement leg of the corporation. And actually, sir, my apologies for your benefit. The Retirement Corporation was actually brought into existence by the ICMA board, the International City and County Managers Association board, for the sole purpose of providing this type of service to strictly government markets. So the Retirement Corporation is separate from the ICMA board. We just licensed the name because we were developed by them. Our birth came from them.
I'm a little bit interested in why you're even in business. You're a nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
Who controls the business? You have a board of directors?
We have a board of directors from the ICMA.
You file nonprofit tax status, I presume?
Yes.
You have $300 million sitting in reserves, yes, which means that over and above your expenses, that money has been accumulated and set aside for future use somewhere. You don't have any infrastructure. Maybe you buy buildings, I don't know.
We have a corporate office in Washington.
Is the board of directors compensated? How transparent is your company? Are the salaries public information?
The board that
Not individually, but by position, for example?
The board that we serve under is voluntarily. They're all volunteers for the board that we serve under.
But does that mean that they're not paid?
If they're paid, I'm not sure how they're paid, sir.
Okay. What about transparency in regard to salaries for positions for the company?
Like any not-for-profit or non-profit, we have to file our tax documents. The salaries and compensation of all the officers is publicly stated.
Just the officers?
Yeah, not rank and file people like us, but president, CEO, all that. And as far as the board of directors go, I can't speak for all of them. I have now one client who's on the board of directors. He is a former city manager. He is not compensated beyond travel out there, stuff like that.
Is he from up in this area?
No.
That doesn't make any difference. I just wondered. I know some pretty successful city managers. Some of the other stuff I run in. Now, do you have a bird dog? Let me say this. I'm a 20-year volunteer with the American Cancer Society. And we have a real, I call them bird dogs, complimentary to them, that they really watch what we spend for fundraisers and all of this. Do you have any kind of a group in our financial world that monitors what a nonprofit like you do, money-wise?
Well, there's always the IRS, and we file these tax
IRS, this is generally another nonprofit that's monitoring you. And
Not to my knowledge.
it'd be kind of interesting to find out.
Yeah, we're supervised by a board of directors.
Yeah.
As far as internal watchdogs, we have an incentive within the company to make sure that expenditures aren't high, and we have different budgets set, and we have a finance department that reviews those budgets, and if we go over the budget, it's going to come out of my pocket or Dennis's pocket, if we overspend our budget.
What I was thinking, what Ken asked was, you sound more like it should be a nonprofit for profit. Does that make sense? No.
Well, I think that, we have to be compensated for what we do. Nobody works.
I'm not talking about the employees and staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
I'm not talking about the staff.
As far as the profits, it seems like maybe there's some concern about the money that we have maintained on the books. It's important to know that the revenue is derived from the mutual funds and the investments. So as markets go up and down, we have to deal with that fact. We're not going to ask clients to pay more or less. We have an agreement with them, and so we do have to maintain some reserves based on market activity so that we can maintain continuity of service. And if you're looking at these reserves as a negative, all I can say is, when the market drops from 12,000 to 6,000 over the course of 7 months, it's good to know that the provider you're with can maintain business as is, no changes to service.
And it apparently didn't affect you like everybody else that I'm aware of. They were hit 30, 40, 50% or more. And that didn't hit you in the pocketbook that way, or the bank account.
Well, we had budgets reduced, our travel was reduced, certain incentives or things that we had at the company went away, just like with our clients.
Sure.
No one was put on furlough, but again, budgets were slashed, and we had to deal with that fact and take care of business with reduced resources.
But to James's point, though, with the reserve, again, there was no loss of service. We didn't lay anybody off, so you didn't lose a rep, nor did any of the other.
Did you have to pull into the reserve not to do that?
I'm sorry?
Did you have to start pulling into your reserve not to lay people off?
Well, that was before my time. I would imagine they probably had to, given the market fall.
I can't say to the extent, but if it was pulled on, it was not something that was a major withdrawal.
To a degree, that's why you have a reserve.
Yes.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier something, and can't remember who mentioned it, and I must have missed part of the comments. You were talking about a guaranteed annuity, I believe.
Guaranteed on
5% or something like that.
Not guarantee a principal that's invested, but a guaranteed future payout. Meaning you annuitize it, start receiving monthly income. Whatever happens to the balance in there, whether it goes up or down, the insurance company we work with, Prudential, has to pay per the contract, regardless of the balance in the account. The other nice thing about the account, just as a side, is as an advisor, again, working on behalf of my clients, anytime I ask someone to make a commitment, whether it's an annuity or getting into investment in several years, you really have to think about what if things go wrong, what if there's a change in the client's situation, what if this is not the right choice. I feel good with the annuity product because, it could always be a better product, but it does guarantee the payouts, which for an agency that doesn't rely on CalPERS is a very valuable thing. And whatever principals in the account can be withdrawn at any time. So if someone needs an extra withdrawal, or they just decide, this is not for me, I haven't put them in a situation where they have to wait 6 or 7 years to get their money back without penalty. They can come and go as they see fit, and as long as they're in the account, they own the account, whether there's money in it or not, Prudential has to pay a certain amount based on the contract.
Now I'm completely lost.
It's a 5% income stream guaranteed.
Yeah,
based on
5% of what?
Well, say you have 100,000
principal balance.
Guaranteed to stay there.
But
but the payout is
at the time.
Then I don't care what the principal does. Go down zero as far as I care.
You care about what the principal was at the initiation of the annuity. So you buy the annuity for $100,000. You're guaranteed 5% payout for the remainder of your life.
Yeah. Now,
fine.
Really?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah. Whether you remove the 100,000 or not?
No, if you remove
That's what I'd say. Yeah, I think
you're buying
If
that.
they get your 100,000 and it becomes their money, and they
So it's going to eat away at your principal, obviously, but you don't really care if you're staying within that annuity. You're going to get a 5%.
Why you care is if you have to cash it out.
Then you would have a reduction of your principal based on whatever the returns were associated inside of that annuity.
Now I understand.
And just one last point about what James was saying about that is, it is an annuity, but what we've done is we had Prudential wrap it in a mutual fund, which means that until you annuitize, instead of taking that payment, you can move in and out of that vehicle as you would any of the other funds in the portfolio. So you have the flexibility until such time until you trigger the annuity aspect of it. Sir?
When you purchase the annuity, it's purchased through Prudential then?
Is that purchase through
Yeah, Prudential has signed up with us. Some of the mutual funds that we have are managed, it's a group of managers that's managed by someone in-house. Other times with like the Fidelity Contra Fund, they're part of the lineup, but they're not, supervised by us in the same way. Prudential has signed up for us. They have the best product. We review them and their financial status, but they run the product.
So we actually pay Prudential the fee for the annuity?
That's correct. Yeah, the insurance cost would be paid to Prudential.
But we would deal with you directly, correct?
Yeah, as far as we're concerned, it's another investment option that you have, and it could be appropriate now, maybe not later, but we can advise you as such.
Let me ask this question quick. Let's say the person gets ready to retire, and they've got 20 years in the system, and they're 60 years old, and they have $200,000 in the system. How are they going to know what their income is going to be until they die?
They will have basically a balance, as of the day that they...
The last day that they pay in, and we pay our 9%, they have $200,000.
Okay, so in terms of the income stream that goes down the road, they will always be there at that $200,000. Their percentage will be based on that $200,000, and their percentage is going to be based on their age. So
60 years old.
Yeah, 60 years old. So then the next question becomes: does the person want to?
Doesn't make any difference on the years of service they have here.
No.
It's the amount that they have in the account.
Yeah,
it's just their pot of gold.
Their pot of gold. Yeah. When that pot of, what happens if? Can they ever use that pot of gold? Will they outlive that pot of gold?
That's why you want to be in that annuity to protect yourself against
That's what
the possibility of outliving that income.
One of the other presenters here earlier talked about a rollout or a roll-off or something.
Rollover.
Oh, rollover, right. Yeah, well, I've rolled some funds myself over. And the best, are you advising a person that's in that boat to take that $200,000 and roll it into a Prudential annuity or some other company's annuity?
This is one option that someone
Okay,
has.
that's an option. If you're advising them as a CFP, what would you advise them?
It depends on what other resources they have. I will say that someone who has basically all their resources with ICMA, no other outside investments, no Social Security, no CalPERS, no other guaranteed income, all I can say is that the annuity becomes more attractive because their ability to guarantee that income is not diverse. It's pretty much within us or moving it to another annuity. Whereas other people that I work with who have other benefits, Social Security or what else, guaranteed income, it's a less attractive option. But for some people, they don't want to think about it. They just want to receive a check. And this is an option that I can give them. You put your money here. We can always argue down the road whether you should have done this or that, but this is a guarantee. This is what you have. And it really just depends on the person's situation and what they need for income and what the other resources are.
What happens to their balance when they die?
It depends on how much is in there. In sort of best case scenario, you put the money in there, it's invested 60% in stocks, 40% in bonds. As the years go by, not only are you taking your 4 or 5% withdrawal, but you're getting the extra returns on top of it. Maybe it's building by some amount. If there's money left in the account and it's solely in your name, solely guaranteeing your income over your lifetime, then the money will go to whoever your beneficiary is.
You don't lose it. That's what I wanted to.
Yeah. If there's nothing left in the account, no one would leave the fund because one, you don't have anything, and two, Prudential's on the hook to pay you for the rest of your life. But if there's something in there, you can pass it on to beneficiaries.
There's some annuities that you lose when you die, and I just wondered what yours was.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a trade-off there. If you put it more on the insurance company where they can keep more of your money, if things don't work out for you, maybe you'll get a higher payout in terms of your income while you're alive. But for most people, that's unattractive. They want to make sure that at least their spouse has some kind of guaranteed income, and if it can go to heirs beyond that, then that's what most people would choose.
Yes, sir.
So if you have a client, and over the last 4 years, let's say, for example, since 2008, from 2008 obviously plummeted, the stock's not, and they accrued approximately 10% per year, would you say that client is doing very well with the way that they're investing, or do you think over the last 4 years somebody should have done better than that?
Well, we were looking at the fund fees and performance and all of that, and I can't remember, was it someone wanted to talk about the S&P 500, and the 5-year return was 0.7%, somewhere around there. So if someone did, just cutting off 2008, going 2009 forward.
No, but including 2008.
2008, if they did 10%, yeah, that's a great return. The markets on the whole over that time didn't do very well. If you were just investing in an S&P mutual fund, in and around 0.7%.
Now let's take the last 2 years. Is 10% a good return in the past 2 years?
It's a fair return. It could be better, and depending on how much you put at risk, you could have enhanced it in a number of ways. But on the whole, it's been very good for the last 2 years plus. And when I look at the last 5 years or so, it's been very interesting working with clients. I feel like I've been able to give the best advice. I mean, what I've told most people, especially those who suffered large losses, 30%, 40%, that it was best to hang in there and ride it out. Now, if they didn't want to do that, we had different options, CDs, the Plus Fund. It was just my job to know that if we're earning 2% in the Plus Fund and you've lost 40%, we can calculate how much time it's going to be. It's going to be a while before we get back to even. So, that's your choice if you want to do that, but just realize it's going to be a while. And, here we are 5 years later, the folks who did hang in there, they're back to whole for the most part, if not ahead. And so that feels good too. And the other thing to consider during that time was just when people are retiring, and that's the one thing that would modify my advice. If someone was very close to retirement there in 2008, 2009, writing it out might not be the thing to do. Securing immediate income needs and then looking to repair the account from there would be probably more appropriate. But with someone with enough time, probably better to stay in there or just understand what it would take to get your investment back and be comfortable with those time frames.
And those are the discussions that we have with the participants in the field, with our representatives, in that when we have situations that I believe our cell phones don't stop ringing. And so we get back to folks when we can. But what I find interesting about this whole conversation is and you can go on YouTube and check this yourself. Go back to 2008, 2009. Look at some of the clips from the financial news networks. What were the advisors telling everybody to do? Stay put, right? Stay put. Don't get out. Stay put. Market's falling. It's market pull down. Companies are still good. Stay put. What I find interesting is that, and we found this with a lot of the local advisors that we go up against, is that they said, we're going to call you. Okay, what are they going to tell you? I'm going to tell you the same thing we'll tell you when you call us. Stay put. I have yet to find an advisor who say, no, get out at the bottom, because that's the best thing for you. And quite frankly, there's I think a bit of liability if they do that. So again, check it yourself, go on YouTube, and you can pull those off. They're there. So when you put this in context, it's like, you got to think, okay, I have a local advisor who's going to call me. Is he going to call each and every one of you on top of the other clients that they serve? I think not. Maybe some of you, maybe the higher balance ones usually. So when you look at it from that perspective, what's he going to tell you or what's she going to tell you? Probably to stay put, right? That's what the advice throughout the industry tells folks to do in those types of situations. One of the things that we offer is a deep bench. You have a representative. You have a regional manager. You have a CFP. Beyond us, some of you met Michelle Martin, who's our regional vice president. On top of that, just in our region alone, Northern California, we have 7 other reps that we can licensed, educated reps with an average tenure of about 10 to 12 years that we can put in front of you if need be. Beyond that, Southern California, Nevada territory has another 12 reps and 2 managers. And then we have our home office personnel. So when you think about this, in the good time when people are making money, Nobody really pays much attention. We do. We try to come out, we meet with you folks, we figure out what your plan is. Again, the returns are wonderful, but how does that relate to your specific plan? Is 10% a good return? Don't know the person I'm talking to. You know, if you're 20 and you got 10% this year and you can drop into an S&P 500 index and earn 15.82 less fees, why would you? If you're 50 going into retirement, maybe there's a discussion we have about that. So again, ours is about our focus with participants is education based. We want to sit down with you, figure out what's best for you, share and exchange information so you can make informed decisions, but ultimately it's your choice. So that's what we bring to the table. We're not here to sell you an insurance policy. We're not here to sell you a fund. We're not here to sell you a stock. We're here to help you make your retirement. Actually, I'm just going to stop right there. I think that's a good close for what I wanted to present to you folks. And we're welcome to take any questions that you may have.
I still have a question. Sure. I think I heard you say earlier, somebody said, that you do not offer an indemnification of our fiduciary responsibilities. And you further said that nobody else does, or not to your knowledge. And we've had presentations in here earlier today where people will give us an indemnification of our 338 fiduciary responsibilities, if that makes sense to you. So I just wanted to clarify once again. I understand you say that because of the soundness of your organization, the way it's structured, the financial plans are structured, basically you're saying we don't have anything to worry about in regard to our meeting our fiduciary responsibilities, but you don't offer any indemnification of our fiduciary responsibilities.
With respects to the indemnification part, no. I mean, we're not going to, we cannot relieve any body that's been put in the position to be the fiduciary for the plan of that. We can offer you the managed accounts, which offer some indemnification and some partnering with that fiduciary liability with some investment options. But a total mitigation of that, can't do that.
Do you offer a third-party service?
Oh, sorry?
Do you guys offer a third-party service?
No, but I'm hearing about fiduciary insurance is a big thing occurring now with a lot of the plans. We have Mesro for the lineup. We offer a service for investments within a particular lineup, but it's only for the investments. If I understand the gentleman correctly, are you talking about in a grander sense or just the investment components?
Well, what's the one of their fiduciary responsibilities is the investment lineup and
yes.
making sure the investment lineup is meeting the benchmarks associated with the industry benchmarks. Is
yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And that's where that third-party organization would come in to indemnify them of that fiduciary liability of making sure that the investment lineup is meeting the benchmarks?
Of that particular lineup that they offer, and the board chose to go with that lineup, yes. If the board chose to go outside that lineup, which they have the option to do.
Right. But if they kept with the structure,
yes.
then they would indemnify them of that fiduciary liability associated with those fund lineups.
Correct. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Yeah, when you answered Ken's question on the fiduciary thing, you didn't say this, but I kind of read between the lines. You're saying more organizations of our type are having insurance to cover this responsibility. Fiduciary responsibility. Is that what I heard you say?
What I will say to that is that's what we're seeing occurring in the industry. There's more talk about having fiduciary insurance that is purchased by the board to alleviate them of that aspect. Now that's beyond my scope. I can't speak to that, but that's what I said.
And just to clarify what this insurance is, I mean, there's a couple of different fiduciary responsibilities, and one is to put in place a plan that meets ERISA guidelines. If you meet ERISA guidelines, the special IRS code, then you've got that covered. Then you have your ongoing liability, which is you're presenting these investments to the employees. Have you taken adequate care to screen them in some way, shape, or form? Now, part of this liability is not you are liable for picking the absolute best investment, but you have a process in place of reviewing the investments, of making sure that they meet a certain measure or do better. And if they don't, you have a process for monitoring the investment and eventually replacing it with something that has a good criteria for doing better. So, we do provide the ERISA documents that covers the liability there. We are available on an ongoing basis to recommend changes to the lineup of funds that meet that section of your liability. The insurance that Dennis is talking about is to cover the board.
Yeah.
As we clarified with the
in case
council.
they sue us.
What's that?
In case they sue us.
Exactly.
Gotta go to the bottom line.
Exactly. Last time we were here, you had a lawyer on staff that we discussed this with. No company can promise you as a board, if you make a decision that flies into the face of IRS guidelines, that flies in the face of good fiduciary management, no one can say, we're going to cover you for that. Who cares? Give the employees this or that, or take this away from them. This is all outside the law, but you go ahead and do that, and we'll cover you. No one is going to do that. So there's no special language in any other documents that will cover you from that. Now, this insurance that Dennis is talking about, this is sort of like an umbrella policy, so that in case there was a mistake made, not in bad faith, not deliberate, but a mistake was made, there's that umbrella policy to provide further protection. But again, that's a component of liability for the board, and again, it's separate from the ERISA liability and separate from the ongoing liability. Just making sure.
Well, here again, when I was doing some research for this, and I'm finding myself doing a lot of research in new areas to be even at my old age, I boiled it down to have to apply the interest of the participants over our own or your own. Yes. As long as we can prove that, that's what a jury would do.
I think it's important to know that you can only do the best you can do by following the guidelines that are there. As long as you're acting in good faith, that is your best.
Now, what guidelines did you say? The IRS, or what? You told me the guidelines here.
ERISA.
E-R-I-S-A.
E-R-I-S-A.
And basically, that's a standard set of documents that you can get that are basically approved by the IRS to cover someone's liability. If you have those provisions in there, then you're good to go.
I really have no worry about being sued, if you really want to know the truth. I do expert witnessing for a number of lawyers on accidents and stuff. But anyway, I want to do what's right for these people. That's my bottom line, for the district and for these people.
To your point, sir, one of the things that I didn't close with, but I'll just make a mention here, is again, the plan document that we use for this board and this plan as we use with others that are 10, sometimes 20, sometimes more in size, value and size, has been vetted by consultants, have been put to the test, tried and tested by consultants for plans, and we have $2 billion plans on the books using the same plan document. We have a retention rate of greater than 98%. That means more than 98% of our clients retain the business when we go in front of final presentations like this. So we've been doing it for 40 years. We're kind of proud of that. So just, again, wanted to leave you with that thought.
I'm going to read something to you so you can help to clarify this in my mind. And I'm still kind of getting two different stories, or maybe I just don't understand it. Maybe this is just a very focused area of indemnification. But it's on this 338. So the brochure here has got a definition. It says, under Section 338 of ERISA, a plan sponsor can hire an investment manager to select and monitor all investment option decisions. Liability for investments would then reside with the 338 investment manager.
For the investments.
For the investment.
Right, and that's what Kevin and I were having a little conversation about.
That's what I heard parts of it, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and that's a service that we can offer as well for the investment part of it. So I want to be clear, the investment part of it.
So you do have a 338 plan provider. You do have a 338 plan provider that would offer us that.
We have a party that will take the fiduciary responsibility of the investments in of their chosen investment.
They're always reviewing them and making sure that they're decent. They don't have to be the best.
No, that's
right. They certainly can't all be the worst. What's the cost for that?
Do you know what the cost of it is? I don't know off the top, but I can get a price for you though.
It's either $400 or $600 a year.
Thank you, Kevin.
What?
Total?
Total.
For
Flat
plan.
rate.
Per year.
It's flat rate.
Flat
So
rate. And it would be paid by the district,
paid by the district.
outside the plan.
Okay, how's that? Per employee?
No.
Per plan?
Per plan.
Plan.
For the
For the
plan.
plan.
Okay.
For the plan.
$400 to $600 a
I
year.
forget which one it is. It's 4 or 6, and
Well, that'd be cheaper than buying insurance, huh?
We'll go ahead and I'll get some information out to you folks on that. I'll forward it up. You're welcome.
I mean, what I see is kind of a trend with a lot of employers right now is sort of, in terms of a third party is working with a consultancy or something like that. But, they're very clear to separate the investments from the investment provider in that case. You have the consultants reviewing the investments and recommending to the investment provider, yeah, the client wants to see this and that. But that consultant is not providing the investments. They don't have a financial incentive in what the investments are. They just advise, and then we implement the advice.
I would imagine they look at the investments and compare it to our investment policy.
Yes.
And if they're out of compliance, then they're going to be...
And then the benchmark them. They'll say, what does Morningstar say that this is, and this stinks, you need to replace this. Because if you think about somebody, if I was in the plan and I just lost 40%, but I knew that if I was instead of T. Rowe Price, I should have been in, if they would have chose Fidelity, I only lost 20%, then I'm going to be upset and go, why didn't you never offered this to me? You only gave me this select option. You've been offering this for 5 years, and it's been a dog for 5 years. Why didn't you change that out? See, that's where the fiduciary liability is going to indemnify the board, because the board doesn't know investment options. They're not going to be going, no, change this. That's where you're indemnifying yourself, because you're not experts in that. You're pushing that expertise off to the other liability of the fiduciary.
And part of that,
We should.
Right.
And part of that process is that we do an annual plan review, which we actually bring in the investment information and we can go over it with the board. We do that with all our plans. We usually set up on an annual basis. And we have a home office personnel whose sole responsibility is to look at the investments and talk to them. Now, they can't advise you as to, this one should be replaced with this one, but they can tell you this is underperforming, here's some key points to why, and then we have a discussion and dialogue about it. But this service that Kevin was also referring to is basically saying, here's a list that we will look at consistently and say, these categories are what we feel are good investments, and then we'll monitor and change if need be. So that helps with the liability aspect on your part.
But on the other hand, if I'm sitting down with you every 6 months or talking to you, you're not going to suggest me to invest in that item anyways, correct? You're going to say, maybe you should reconsider this and move it from here. I mean, for somebody to invest in something and be losing 40% over all those.
The thing is what I'm talking about is, how you have, like, let's say it's a small cap investment fund, but we only offer one small cap investment fund. What the board needs to look at is that small cap investment fund that we only offer one. There's 50 of them out there available. We got to make sure that one that we're offering you is at least performing up to a standard that we should be offering. If not, we should be taking that away and putting up the better one so that you do have that small cap investment option that's going to perform at a benchmark level.
See, and I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, it's my responsibility and my money to be talking to these people to make sure not to invest in something like that.
But it's our responsibility to make sure that we offer it to you.
You guys are saying it's your responsibility too, and I understand the fiduciary responsibility, but the average person would say, it's my responsibility to take care of my money. I mean, I understand what you're doing, but it wouldn't, I don't look at it as your responsibility, it's my responsibility.
Well, they're both true. I mean, it's a responsibility of your employer to make sure that you have adequate choices that are, average to above. It is absolutely your responsibility as the account holder to take advantage of the resources provided by the employer and, meet with representatives, use the research tools, all that stuff. But yeah, if you don't take advantage of what the employer offers, it's certainly not their liability. They've covered themselves by giving you adequate choices and adequate information, adequate service, etc.
Okay. Two more questions over here.
Whoever would like to look first.
Oh, I just wanted to ask you if you've ever been sued or had one of your clients sued under what we're talking about here.
Not to my knowledge, but we can double check on that. None of the clients that I've worked with at my tenure here is all I can speak to.
Yeah, I don't believe we have any client suits, but for full disclosure, we do have 2 pending lawsuits from employees, employment-related issues.
Do
Sure.
you offer to sit down with each employee and do a study of their finances?
Yeah, typically what we do on a service model is that we try to set up a standardized service model with the HR folks or the powers that be, where we come out, the representative will come out, and do 2 fundamental things. One, sit down with the participants, and on occasion bring James out to do presentations as well. The representatives can give presentations. There's certain presentations that are specifically for the certified financial planners because of the content, and their certification covers that. But those are the 2 fundamental functions of your on-site representative, to come out and meet with the participants.
I know you can't tell us who, but do you know what % of our employees have taken advantage of this?
Well, there was, I can't, and the reason being is kind of what got us here is that we were having some issues trying to gain access, and not sure exactly what. That's when I first came on board as a manager. We started to work through those, and then we ended up doing this, being here right now. But again, if we're chosen, our mandate to the rep as the manager of this region, my mandate to the rep is to get with HR and set up a schedule. I want all my reps to have schedules with all their employers, because it's easy.
Yeah, now, that was one of our main concerns, was we felt that you've been, how many years has PID been with you?
I would say probably at least 15, if not more.
Right. And we got the feeling that there wasn't this interaction.
Right.
And that was one of the reasons we were concerned. And we felt that if we didn't do something about it, then we were neglecting to do our fiduciary duties.
I'm going to go down a path, and I hope it doesn't come across wrong, but I think it's just in fairness to us and what we do, this needs to be said. We came in because we were not getting access to the plan. Come to find out after several months of talking that there might have been an apparent issue with the representative that was servicing the plan. So we took it upon ourselves to remove that representative and replace that representative with your current representative. So in fairness to everybody involved, we took the steps that we could to try to rectify the problem as soon as we found out what the problem was. But again, that goes to the deep bench that we have to offer. If you have participants and you say you have a local representative and they don't like the local representative, if something happens to the local representative, where do you go from there? So again, I think in fairness to everybody, I don't want to throw anybody on the bus, there was an issue that came to light that we were able to work with Kevin and his folks to fix, and now we're here, and hopefully we can move forward beyond this and get back to servicing your folks in the plan.
And I'll just say, we've gone through this process. I guess this is the 3rd time now, and I was honestly hoping after the first one, if we had to do it again, I could present to you guys that we've been here and had a better service schedule. But the bottom line is, we come out when we're asked to do so. We're not going to go over the head of anybody, whether it's staff or the board, to say, this is the day I'm coming here, get ready, whether you like it or not. We have to be asked to come out, and if we're asked, I don't think we've ever said no, but we have to be asked, and we're not going to step on anybody's toes or violate anyone's responsibilities by doing what we want without permission first.
Okay. Well, if we as they said we'd like to have it quarterly, I think you mentioned that earlier, something you would be happy to come out.
Absolutely.
Every quarter, minimum of every quarter, or whatever it's called.
Not only that, if we set up the schedule to come out quarterly, the access to the representative is 24/7. So if a person is in the field and can't get to the representative, but they can call. We do about 60% of our appointments with participants over the phone. We can spend time, we can pull up on our laptop from anywhere. We have Wi-Fi connection. I could be down the street, get a call from Kevin, say, hey, I need to talk about my account before you leave. I can drop into a Starbucks, log in, it's all secured, pull up his account, chat with him in my car, because I went to Starbucks, and have a good conversation with him. Again, 60%, roughly 60% of our contact with our participants is over the phone.
And Dennis, for the employees that are left here, if we decide to make a change, but some employees decide to stay with you, that is going to be completely okay for them to remain with you. I think that's what Kevin had told us.
There's an option for retirees to roll into.
Oh yeah.
So retirees.
Yes.
Retirees.
Okay.
No, if they're employed with us, the plan.
They move with us.
Yeah. retirees have an opportunity to stay
Just
with
to stay. It was just the retirees. Okay, I misunderstood that part.
If you have a retiree who says, no, I want to stay with you folks, they're more than welcome.
I misunderstood that part earlier when we talked about it. We kind of grazed over it, so I just wanted to. So that is no problem, though. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Larry, in addressing what you were saying, we were asked in the office several times, do you guys want ICMA to come out? Do you have anything that you need to talk to them about? Do you want them here? We responded, no. Everything was fine. I'm making money. I don't need them here. It wasn't necessarily their fault. It was being left up to the employees to say yes or no. So
maybe that wasn't. Yeah, well, maybe that wasn't the right thing to do. Maybe we as a board should have insisted that they come out here, and even if nobody shows up.
But I've been here for 8 years, and I don't recall ever being asked that.
Yeah, I can remember 2 or 3 times for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe we come out and ask us.
Right, I think the board fell down the fact that we didn't say, well, hey, we're going to have this person here. If nobody shows, fine. But we've done our fiduciary duty because we got the person out here.
But as employees, we should want them to come in.
Yeah, you should have.
All of us weren't doing our job and knocking on doors. So, I mean, from ICMA to us to the employees, we all weren't paying attention to, are we just letting this thing slide along and we're all happy? And
if nobody had said that,
floating down the river.
I didn't really care. I thought, well, what difference does it make to me? I'm not invested in there, but now I find out it is my responsibility.
We're more invested than you thought.
Yeah, more than I wanted to be.
And like I said, it opens because I know I can make changes instead of being one of those that sit back, let it ride for a couple of years.
Right.
But if I do see that it's doing well, yeah, I might check with them, but that doesn't necessarily make changes. The annuity sounds like a great idea. If it works for me.
For your
but
situation.
I would have to sit down and discuss it with them. But like I said, it's all education is what we're learning.
Right.
And like I said, that's one of the most important things, too, that we really looked at was, have you guys been educated? What are your options? Some people are real financially savvy, and some people, like I said, you just know you're putting money in somewhere, you know. And yeah, exactly. And yeah, I go to work every day, and I stick money somewhere, and I hope 65's coming up. Okay, yeah, I'm looking good, you know. Yeah, I must be able to retire. I stuck money somewhere all my life, so. And that's just not the way that it is these days, especially with today's financial situation out there. And there's a lot of times when you can be making more money, I think, than maybe what you're making.
Yeah, you could
if
say
that's in your model.
You could say I'm making money, but you may be losing money because you're losing a chance to make more
take those chances. You know.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things. So, lady, thank you very much for saying that. I do appreciate that. To the overall discussion, you know, it's funny. My wife has a wonderful saying. She says, when the tide's in, you don't see all the garbage. It's when the tide goes out, all the garbage comes to the surface. That's what kind of happened with this financial crisis in 2008, 2009. As it was said, I think the young lady said it was that as people making money, everybody's okay, they're plugging along. Listen, you know, mea culpa on our part. We should have did something more than just say, hey, you know, we tried. So we will take, you know, the mea culpa on that. But going forward, if we are retained, we'll have the rep come out and set a schedule up with somebody. Now, typically in these type of situations, it's pretty straightforward. If you have timed appointments, usually it's about a 4 to 5 hour schedule for a plan this size. They'll come out once a quarter, give them a room, 10 to 2, whatever the timing is, 20-minute to half-hour appointments depending on what the rep's preference is, usually never more than a half hour though. And 20 minutes does sound like a short period of time, but it is a lot of time to cover what we do. So whatever that may be. And if we don't have appointments, then we'll set a 3-hour block as just a drop-in, where you can say be here between 10 and 1, and anybody who wants to come and see you, they got a room, do a master blast of email out to the field, and can pop in. We've had good success with that. So that's the model that I'll set in front of you today and tell you that we will do if we retain, either have an assigned time and space, or do a drop-in basis at least 4 times a year.
I think we appreciate that, Dennis, so absolutely.
I appreciate
go ahead.
I said I appreciate the conversation. We normally don't get the participants involved in these discussions. I like this. This is nice. So thank you all. The good and the bad questions as well.
We don't usually either, but I guess we were. Yeah, that was our problem, I know, so.
Well, we were told earlier by one of the others that they were pleasantly surprised that we involve the employees, because usually the employees aren't involved. The management decides, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. And like I said, this is our third or fourth presentation, and there's always been employees here, which, again, for us, we love because that's what we do. You know, we talked about a lot of stuff. You folks heard ad nauseum presentations from other folks. What is your concern with us? I mean, what can I tell you now that maybe be lingering that hasn't been asked yet? What is it that is stopping you from just saying, yeah, let's keep going with ICMA ARC? Anybody?
I just think we have to look at it and whatever we think is best for the employee.
Okay. I just want to make sure there's no lingering questions that weren't asked and so forth, or positions. Any questions from you folks about what we do or the service that the rep has provided or James has provided?
I'm satisfied with the money I made, so maybe I could have made a little bit more if I was more aggressive, but I'm going as aggressive as I feel comfortable, so.
And right there's the thing. As long as you feel comfortable with that, we'll talk.
I looked at my statement, I was like, yes! I made lots of money this time.
I didn't know we went that long.
Ken didn't make money. Yeah, no, I don't say. Yeah.
He's Vegas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'd like just to say something too, is that there was a problem with our local rep, and I felt that I brought it forward. I felt like there was a personality conflict of connection with the employees, and I do give them credit that they did make the change. I talked to the regional West Coast regional rep, and within a week or two, there was a change made. So
absolutely, you guys jumped right on it right away.
We have the new rep has been here. The new rep, I believe, he was here for the presentation to the employees, and the employees have had a lot of education this last 3 months. There's been a lot of education pushed on these employees, and it's not all been by ICMA, and that's why they haven't been contacted to come out and do another education presentation. But I through this process, no matter what decision the board makes, our employees are more educated today than they were when we started this process. And I think that this has been a huge benefit to our employees and to the district. And it's a due diligence. It's just like if you have a service that you pay, just like your cable. If you don't look at your cable in 4 years, how do you know if you're paying the right fee or not? You might stay with them. They might offer the best thing.
You start off at 45, and after 4 years, it's 140.
That's right. Yeah. So
got the most old, outdated equipment that there was, and the guy who just moved in next door,
but you have to call him and throw
gets the deal and gets the equipment.
But it's a due diligence that I think that it's important to do every 5 years. I think that it's important for the board to look at this.
I know we talked about we're concerned with the insurance that covers us, but I think it's been brought up a few times. No one's ever been sued for this item before. So unless we were actually taking the money out of the pot. So, and we don't have access to it. So it sounds like there's a lot. So unfortunately,
but if somebody else was, and we didn't catch them,
and we didn't catch it, then we could be in trouble that way. But I think we got enough checks and balances to keep
with
that.
our audit every year.
But what we were concerned about was that there was no education for the employees, and that you guys should have options. The last presenter talked about Bill Kyle. Bill Kyle is our guy for Miller Glass, and he comes in on a yearly basis and on a quarterly basis and comes in and says, what do you guys need? What do you want to do? Where do you want to be? You're how old? Where do you want to go? How long do you want to work? And that is something proactive is much better than just reactive in this situation and just sitting there and then finding out you didn't have enough money. So like Kevin says, we've really seen a lot of different things, a lot of options for you out there with all the different things that Dan brought us and his last 6 providers.
Also, I think one thing that concerned me was that the average employer, a third of their employees are in the fixed thing, but here it's 67%. So that tells me that either we've got a lot of very conservative employees, which I don't think we do, or we've got people who don't know what's going on.
I'm going to go on a limb and just go on the record and say that's probably fear. Fear from, okay, what's transpiring, so I'm moving to something else, and then fear from where do I go from here? And again, taking any one of those 67%, provided that they have 10 years or more to be in the plan, put them in an S&P 500 index fund, you're doing almost 15%. So, but those are the conversations we have when you're in finance. Right. So, one last thing. First off, to Kevin's point, exactly. Whether you retain us or not, you need to look at this on a regular basis. That's part of your fiduciary responsibility anyway. From us, whether you retain us or not, we want to thank you for letting us be the provider to your plan and to your employees. Much like any long-term relationship, we stumbled a little bit, asked a little forgiveness, show you my heart a little bit, and hopefully you retain us. But thank you for your time. Thank you, folks, for your time and participation. And unless there's any other questions, we'll let you back to your business.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, James.
Thank you, folks.
Certainly appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Break time.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and let's return here at...
The action maybe taken was put in the wrong place.
Yeah, it should have been at the bottom of the other new business.
Right.
Okay, I think we got the idea.
Can I make a quick comment? One thing that wasn't brought up tonight, just so I think needs to, from my chair, why do we care about a retirement plan for our employees? Not only just to give them the best education and try and meet their needs, but as a board, you also have to realize it's in our best interest to help the employees prepare for retirement. That's why it's worth the quarterly meetings, getting the people in here, giving them the education, because you don't want to have a 62-year-old utility worker that is only here because he has to be and ends up hurting himself. It's just not good for the person, and it's not good for the district. So that's kind of one of the underlying reasons why we want to do this and do it right.
Or you don't want
We
Kevin.
want you to actually be able to enjoy
You don't
the
want
money
Kevin
that
here
you
with
worked all
Coke
your life for, so.
Coke bottle glasses, working on the books.
Sitting on my ball.
You might fall off when you're 60. Thank you.
Thank you, George, for saying that. So it does boil down to the employees. We're just concerned and interested in their well-being. So is there any more discussion that we wanted to have on this, or I would entertain a motion if anybody's got one?
I would like a recap on the cost.
I can give that to you.
Kevin can give that to you.
New York Life and Securities America have a fixed cost of 0.75. The additional fees are based on variable costs based on whatever fund each participant chooses. The reason why I chose for my total employee cost for selected funds, the S&P Total Index and a target date fund, is because everybody offers them. And normally S&P is just a fund that mirrors a published index. So rarely is there a huge administrative cost associated with that. So it's very easy to compare the cost between providers based on that fund. If you go out and look at a T. Rowe Price or if you just call it a small cap, it's all based on past performance, who's your fund manager. So the costs can go up and down based on who the big name is behind it. And so it's really hard to compare. So that's why I chose that S&P Total Index Cost Fund. So back to that. New York Life and Securities America have a flat rate of 0.75 to manage and to offer the funds available. The selected funds have variable cost. The variable cost for the S&P Total Index Fund for both of them is 0.05%. Therefore, a total all-in cost for an employee to get an S&P Index Fund on both of those is 0.8%. For ICMA offers three costs also. They have an administrative cost, which is 0.55. They have a fund cost. The fund cost is a little harder to find because they lump it in to what the actual fund cost and that variable cost associated with each one of those funds are. So I can't really pull that out. So to take that again, that S&P Total Index Fund, ICMA, the total all-in cost is 0.98. So if I was to look at those and compare, the net difference is 0.18 difference between that. If I go to a target date fund, which target date funds are an employee can go, I'm going to retire in 2035. Therefore, I want my investments to mirror my work dates. So as I start off, and it's going to be more aggressive as it gets closer to 2035, that fund's automatically going to adjust and get more conservative so that when I get closer to retirement, it's going to mirror more of a retirement plan portfolio. Those are, again, very popular, and actually they are the one fund that if you were to move from one plan to another and move all your plan participants over, you can move them into target date funds and have no liability associated with moving those funds at that point. So they're extremely secure and popular. So again, the 2035, I just chose that one as the target date fund to compare. New York Life all-in cost 0.94. Securities America all-in cost 0.94. ICMA all-in cost 1.51. So again, there's quite a bit of a discrepancy between the costs associated with those two funds that we brought in versus ICMA's all-in cost. So
even though they gave you money, Laura, even though it looked like you were doing good, they're charging you a lot more for it. So. Well, I'm not saying that they didn't get you money. I'm just saying they're charging you a lot more for that.
But are they stable?
I think there's a lot of other stable stuff out there too.
The other thing that, but what about the other thing, the fully managed?
The fully managed account, ICMA offered that for 0.6.
Mm-hmm.
Securities America offered that for an additional 0.5. And New York Life offered that for an additional 0.8.
Yeah, okay. I thought, yeah.
So 0.5, I missed when Securities America said their part.
Yeah, I did too.
It's because the cost went from 0.75 to 1.25.
So they would be a 1.3, 1.44. Is that right?
No, for 1.25. 1.25 all in.
Securities America?
Yeah. If you went with the fully managed account.
Be 1.25.
And ICMA?
1.25?
Isn't that that's what they...
0.8 plus 0.5 would be 1.3.
No, I'm talking...
0.3.
When you go to the Wilshire, you're paying just a flat fee. You're not paying those fund costs associated inside there. So I was talking about an index fund that you went out and bought. If you went with the Wilshire, you're paying just a flat fee for them to move that account. It's a flat fee, 1.25%.
So 1.25, ICMA would be?
Well, ICMA was an additional
60 cents.
Yeah, but then you'd have to take into consideration the fund costs associated with that.
98.
It would be what your fund costs are current or inside of your portfolio on how they allocated your fund, and then you would have to add an additional 0.6%. So I couldn't tell you what an all-in cost was because I don't know what that fund lineup
would be. We just take the 0.6. We're going to be 1.58.
It's plus your fund expenses.
Plus your fund expenditure, but we can't.
I don't know. So I can't really tell you exactly.
So it's definitely more than 1.25.
I would say it's probably close to 2. I would just say, let's just call it 2.
Okay.
So the way I read it is then New York Life, if you take everything, it's $1.60 if you use the
Wilshire.
The 5 and the 80. And then with ICMA, it's $1.48. And then with Securities America, it's $1.30.
125.
1.25.
I thought it was 80 plus 50.
No, it's 75 plus 50.
Oh.
I'm looking at this.
You don't get the 5? You don't pay the 5?
No, because the 5 is the S&P 500.
Is the 5 in the other one gone too? So it's 155?
Correct.
Okay. 155, 148, 125.
Yeah, and the ICMA, like I said, you're going to be paying fund expenses inside there based on how that portfolio is allocated.
Yeah, if you do, higher. Yeah, a lot higher. Yeah.
So you're going to be about 2 is what he said.
It could be as high as 2, yeah.
It could be about as high
I think and that's just an estimate. I don't hold me to
that. If it's S&P, it won't be that high, yeah.
But they're not going to put you in a 100% S&P 500 index fund in a managed account. Why would you even do it then? You can do that yourself.
So what I look at with has been the consistent thing. When Dan Bay, who now has no vested in us at all.
Yeah, he's our district's investment advisor.
But in this, he's not.
He's not inside of the retirement plan.
But he did propose, but he didn't make the top three.
That's
just to be clear.
Yeah, exactly. But right at this point, has no game to this. He said there's a lot better games out there than ICMA. His thought was there's a lot better games. I talked to a financial friend of mine. He said he thought there were a lot of better games out there than ICMA. Very stable. Can't argue that ICMA is very stable, but thought that there was a lot better ways to use money these days than just let it be stable, because stable just doesn't get you there maybe as quick as you'd like to be. Maybe retire a little bit earlier than you had proposed. And then in talking to Kevin, I think I got from Kevin's perspective of it that they charge us a lot to be very stable, and there's better ways maybe to play with the money out there. And I don't want to make it sound like play with the money is because we're not getting to play with it, but for you guys to use your money to benefit your lives. So was I correct in that, Kevin?
Yeah, and just to be clear, the stability of the retirement account is held within the underlying asset of that retirement account. It's not held with ICMA. It's held with Vanguard Fund or whoever fund you are investing in. That's your security. That's what all ICMA is doing is allowing you to do that, creating the vehicle to put the money into those accounts. Same with New York Life or Nationwide. Same with FTJ Securities. It's a vehicle. It's a vehicle. So what you got to look at is what are you paying for that vehicle? What the services are they giving you? And are those services worth what you're paying for? That's what we've gone through today, I think, is to look at the vehicles. We know what the costs associated with those vehicles are, and is it worth those? Is it worth the services that we're getting?
So let's say all three vehicles cost the same amount. Let's just use that as our basis.
Correct.
And say they all three. I got a definite feeling from Securities America that they're going to, and I've known Rick a lot of years, that they're going to be there and be interested in who you are. And he's local. He's here in Paradise. So you can go talk to him anytime, set up appointments pretty much any time that you want, and he's going to be very local for you to look at your investments. The market might change dramatically and you want to make something happen right away. It's nice to have somebody in your backyard, per se, that you can do it. Even though New York Life was down there in Chico and he's there a couple of days a week, and I know the office that he works out of, and that is a great guy that's down there. New York Life, I like that they were a little more, and even though Kevin said, I just said, boy, just didn't seem like they had it all coming together. There was so many people coming from this direction, that direction. I was like, wow, man, you, all five of you came in on different trains, didn't you? You know, and you just wound up at the station here. They didn't seem to have a coordinated effort. But Kevin told me, God, that just wasn't their better, presentation, that they really do have a good act together. So that being said, I also think they're very local. And I think that ICMA, I still get the impression that we might have caught them a little with their pants down. They seem to have changed some of their policies since we did. And I'm not saying we weren't just as guilty at not being proactive and knocking on their door, but they seem to now want to be kind of playing catch up. And when Ken was asking them, well, what do you guys do for your money? What is it that you guys do? And they kind of looked at each other and were like, gosh, I guess we just collect paychecks and take care of your money for you. It didn't seem like they had great answers for that.
I was tempted to ask them, they were so proud of saying that they're just salaried employees. I was tempted to ask them how much their salaries were. But I didn't want to crucify them like that.
All three of them said the same thing. Yeah, we have no vested interest in your money. That seems to be the common statement after 2000.
All three of them?
All three of them said the same thing.
Not
Securities didn't say that.
They're not saying.
He did?
No, but he said he wants our money.
He wants your money. The more money he gets, the more money they get, the more they make.
Yeah. And he was the only one that was honest about it. So, excuse me, I was wrong. But it seemed like, between New York Life and ICMA, they were like, we don't care. You come and go, do whatever.
But they were trying to say that they didn't have they didn't try to sell you something.
Exactly.
They didn't want
Which
to sell
seems to
you
be the
something.
common statement after 2008. We're not after your money. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Our high risk Vegas player, huh? Yeah.
No, I still don't understand why a company who doesn't have manufacturing plants, facilities, trucks, infrastructure, pipelines, bridges, why they need $300 million in reserve, and why the hell the government allows them to carry around a pot of gold that big without returning it and reducing their costs to their...
They make loans. They have building structures to upgrade computers. But probably the big thing is they have some funds that are managed by them that they have to have reserves for.
Well, they make their calls, so to speak, at the end of the day.
We're just looking at them as being a middleman here. They're not investing the money.
But you remember?
They do have some.
Remember, this goes back to what their presentation was. If you have salaried employees and you have salaries that are flat, but your earnings are based off of account balances that go like this, then you would want to have reserves associated with ebbs and flows of the market based on account balances to make sure that you're keeping salaries level also. So
and all your expenses.
And all of their expenses.
But then there's the other side of the coin is they're less reluctant to be economically sound. I mean, like they said, they didn't lay anybody off when they probably should have.
And that's a philosophy of their company. I don't know how they
now
run
the thing is,
who knows?
If I had my money in there, I'd be upset though that they're nonprofit and they got $300 million, and part of that should be mine.
Well, they don't have any
That's the way I look
investors.
at it.
They don't have any investors.
We kept all those reserves in our account to hear customers complaining at us that we should lower our rates.
Yeah, but
So we have borrowing power.
reserves are required by law.
Projected and spent for the next 10 or 15 years.
That doesn't mean ICMA doesn't have the same projection.
I don't think we.
$300 million sounds like a lot of money.
I don't think we asked the other two companies whether or not they had reserves
300
either.
million,
So, yeah.
It seems like a lot to me.
300 million, yeah, exactly. It doesn't probably seem
Of
like
course,
that
that's what-
much when you look at it.
But look what the controller said. The controller said that John Brown says we have a balanced budget in California, but they're actually off $700 million.
Yeah.
And that's a drop in the bucket to $92 billion.
It's like throwing darts.
So did we answer? We answered the question of the fees on there.
Mm-hmm.
What other questions do we have for Kevin?
I'll make I don't know if I don't have any questions right now. I just want to make a comment out of the three. You know, I don't pretend to understand all of the financial jargon that they go through. And what's the best ways to make decisions about investments? Whether you should offer all 1,600 opportunities or boil it down to 100, tried and true, you make the best decision with, and then let you guys make decisions. I don't know. It's all pretty confusing stuff. So it comes down to me to where do I get this warm and fuzzy feeling about who is going to be responsive to our employees, and who is going to take care of them, and at the same time make sure that the district and the board of directors have a working policy statement that is appropriate for us taking care of our responsibilities, and then we'll be following up with the employees and with the board on a timely basis as the future goes on, so we don't go to sleep on this thing, change board members, get 3 or 4 new people in here who don't really know this stuff, and they operate for 6 or 7 years and find out, boom, we got a problem because we got fiduciary responsibilities we haven't been taking care of. And I want a bell ringer on the outside who will bring that to our attention. And I walked away with the best feeling with Securities America. When that Southern-speaking gentleman started talking,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure I was going to be able to listen through the whole program.
Now, he said, too, that we should ask the other ones if they had an investment policy. And I noticed nobody
brought that up. I looked at the tabs inside the other ones. I did not see that anywhere.
Oh, did they? I didn't hear. I missed
Was
it.
it?
New York Life.
New York Life? Yeah, I didn't see it.
But anyhow, I just made a comment that I felt that comfortable feeling most with them and their commitment.
My feelings are, if it was my money, I'd go with Security Americans too.
Well, being the new kid on the block, and I hope I asked some pretty good questions, because the only concern I have is you people in this case out here, the district is second, because it's your money and your life, your whole future. I'd like the second group of presenters that she said, we've listened to a lot of people yapping at us tonight, and that's exactly what they've been doing at this particular point. So I normally don't do this on a vote, but the four of you are very knowledgeable on this and had your ear to the ground for a long period of time, and I haven't, but I've made lots of notes before I got here and after that. So if you want to come to a vote, it's fine with me, but I'm going to have to abstain on this one, Mr. President, and let the record clearly show that the reason is because I need more time to evaluate this. When I look at this, as it was my own money that I'm investing. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So anyway, but you guys go ahead and vote however you want.
We realized we were going to try to bring you up to speed on this, and you hadn't had to.
Well, considering Doug's comment, I'd like to table it.
I've done a lot of research on it, but we've had a lot of here, and you guys are knowledgeable on it.
The other thing,
I don't want to vote just to vote the way you vote, so I'm going to abstain.
The other thing that stuck out was ICMA was the only one that has a restriction how soon you can change your money around. The other two didn't seem to have that, and I thought that was a plus.
Terminate the arrangement?
Yeah, they can't get. You could, if all your money was in fixed, it would take you over a year to get it all into something else, right?
No.
Just us.
Oh, just take it out?
Just us.
Just to leave them.
All we want, you can't move our money.
Oh, it's just us. Oh, okay. Well, that makes me feel better.
Notification.
Okay. I thought maybe they were the only ones that had a stipulation on how fast the money could be moved.
They're the only ones with presented tonight that has that stipulation on plan providers moving that money out without notification.
Oh, okay, but the others don't.
There's other providers that we didn't bring forward that have the same stipulations in a lot of their fixed accounts.
But the other ones don't. If we decide if we went with one and didn't like it, we could move without any weight.
Yeah.
Well, the group from National Life were basically you could have any financial advisor come in and manage your money, completely separate of them, and it would not cost you anything. So if you didn't, that's
no.
They wouldn't charge anymore. I'm not.
But the person,
no. Your advisor would want to get paid.
Right.
But it would not make any difference to them.
Yeah.
But they would still charge you for.
I don't think any of them care if you could do that.
Oh yeah, the last group didn't. They didn't want
ICMA didn't want you to?
You can
Except for retirees.
No, ICMA you can have an outside investment.
Yeah.
Give you advice on your account.
Yeah, they all had that.
They all said that?
Yeah, if somebody else
I
is
thought
doing
it was just for retirees.
See, they allow a person to do whatever they want, so they can hire their own financial advisor.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a motion.
I move we go forward with moving our employee retirement plan services to Securities America.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second on that. I'd like a roll call vote.
Do you want any further discussion?
Any more discussion? Thank you. Reminded me of that. It's a little late. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
You have me down as abstaining. I want the minutes to show it because I need more time to evaluate it.
You didn't give a chance for the public to comment on this agenda item.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, George.
Yeah.
Once again, it's late. So.
Commenting all night long.
Yes, yeah. We've had such a long discussion.
But they should be able to get a last voice in before you vote.
Before we do a vote, is there any more comments from the employees / public?
Yes.
Okay.
And something that wasn't brought up, ICMA did say that they have a fiduciary responsibility situation as far as what you're being offered, and that's free with the package. That's something to be said in the South. I'm not saying that's the only one I want, but the other thing that you have to look at is the employees need to have the confidence in the representatives for their retirement. I got the feeling, and maybe I'm wrong, but talking to car salesmen. They're telling you everything possible to sell you something. So I'm just asking for you to make sure that there's no hidden fees. To have a rep in town sounds great, but you gotta have the confidence. To go with a company that has dealt with 457 plans, water agencies, that's huge too. Not just a small, somebody who has a small portfolio that might have a few clients. I'm looking at overall for my protection. Because I want that advice. I want somebody to say, this is what you should maybe do. I have to have the confidence in those people. So I understand what you're saying, you're looking at it from your point.
Yeah, and I think,
for me to make correct
let's look at the first point though, Kevin, there are no hidden fees.
No, the fees are pretty disclosed. I went through all of their proposals, and
Securities America is pretty huge.
The FTJ,
FTJ.
Portfolio is large, and Securities America has 30 investment advisors. He has a nice portfolio. Richard Maxey has a nice portfolio of government agencies or special districts, and
Kevin did kind of look at the things you just asked for.
Rick Moods is going to be your contact. I can't tell you if Laura's going to be comfortable with Rick as her investment advisor. I don't know, but that's going to be their contract.
It's a relationship that takes time, and I think one of the things we learned here is if you're going to take a leap to someone else, you're going to have to keep looking at this and make sure everybody.
But does Rick himself have experience with water agencies, 457s and 401s? Does he have a lot of experience or a minimal amount?
I would say to answer the question, I'm not sure if water agencies on an individual level is a huge benefit to giving advice on the retirement plan on an individual level. So I would say he probably doesn't have a huge amount of experience in water agencies because he's
venture to say we're probably his first water district.
Right,
customer.
exactly.
So,
but
I mean,
from a
that's
retirement plan advisory standpoint, I know that he does have quite a bit of experience. He has 25 years of experience for individuals.
But that's what he's bringing to this. The 457 plan part and all the paperwork and the loans and all of that will be handled by the Securities America side.
Yeah.
You will not
The local
contact
guy is
the
just
investment?
there for investment advice.
And education. Yeah. But from a loan perspective, that'd be through Securities America Administration.
So he might be advising you to put more money into a Roth 457 than, say, your
Or at least
401
explain.
or just a normal 457. But
I don't think they have a Roth 457.
Wasn't there a Roth 457?
Yeah. They have a.
That was
Why
the one
would
he
they
pushed
have
that.
a? Why
He
would
pushed
they
the
have
Roth
a-
457.
Why would there be a four? I heard that 457s were on
You'd say
that way
You
out.
still get taxed on the money going in, but no tax
Well,
on
all
the way out.
Roths you don't get taxed.
Yeah,
on.
exactly. So there's
All
a
Roth, that's why I was
457.
wondering if you needed a stipulation of that, because all Roths, the money doesn't come off your income, and when you if you leave it in there for 5 years, then you don't have a penalty when you take it out.
Right.
That's
Whatever
all
the-
Roths are.
it-
Yeah.
Whether I got the number
But
right
what
or
I'm
not,
getting at
it's
is
gonna
I don't
advise
think
you
the
on what you should be
457
doing with your money.
is that important.
It is with a
It is
Roth.
from an
But but you'll notice they were the only ones that told us that you could take money out of 457 without a penalty.
Yeah, but that's
So that
I
meant
think that's
that means
general
that
knowledge. Yeah.
he
I think-
knew 457s.
Yeah, he knows 457s, but we're also pretty versed. Our employees are pretty versed in 457s also because that's their bread and butter. So the catch-up provisions.
And you
different
said a lot of
things like that.
education on it just recently. So.
Yeah, and we've had people using it, in many different ways. So I think our employees are fairly educated when it comes to 457s and the administrations and the benefits behind it and all that, and not rolling it into an IRA. I think that was great advice.
How often do we visit this? Is this the first time in 20 years or what?
First time in 8 years that I've been here.
First time in 8 years.
I think it's the first time since I don't think they've reviewed this ever since they've been with ICMA. Yeah.
Well, I brought a local person in about a year after I was here to present to the employees, and they ran him out the door, so I never took it to the board.
Okay. He's no longer here, right?
He actually was the guy that presented from Stifel Nicholas.
Oh, that's right. Somebody said, you don't know. Sorry.
He was our ICMA rep.
No. When I came here, we had ICMA, and I brought him in.
Oh, as a alternative.
Potential alternative.
I see.
Oh, and they ran him out of there?
So George, you didn't go to sleep on it. You brought it in just after being here a year for a comparison. Huh?
Yeah, I didn't like ICMA when I was at South Feather, so you know where I stand.
Is ICMA still at South Feather?
No, they're PERS.
Yeah, they went PERS.
They went to PERS.
Yeah.
PID ever been PERS? PID has never been
Might be a whole different painful story we'd be into.
Right.
Is there anybody else, employees?
They
Is there
might
anybody
have,
else
but they
that
brought
would
a
like to say
competitor
something?
in before I left, and most everybody moved their money.
Okay.
I can only speak based on my personal experience, but, you know, I had to work for a utility company with 26,000 employees, and 20 years ago, from the get-go, we had, you know, we were educated, received education on the environment, and then they went over with employees a risk tolerance, and then I do have a local advisor in Chico, and right off the bat, you know, he went over with us our risk tolerance, and that is, in my opinion, the first step, and it just amazes me that no one from ICMA has done that. And that's like retirement plan at 101.
That was part of the part that amazed me, is that
And my
there's
current
no
investment
education
advisor
or way to go.
just recently followed up with me and said, you know, look, we need to, you know, it's been 10 years since we looked at your risk tolerance, and about every 5 years we sit down, but he approaches me. And if I don't call him every year, he calls me and says, you know, it's time to set up a meeting, you know.
As unfun
So, I mean,
as they
you just
might
have to
be.
ask yourself, I mean, that's just based on my own experience, but I just have to, in comparison, ICMA has fallen short, in my opinion, on that. And yes, it's our responsibility to contact them, but to not even go over an employee's, you know, what a person's employee's risk tolerance is just, I don't know, it's beyond me, based on my own experience over the last 20 years.
Absolutely.
Do we have any type of when a new employee comes in, do we
Thank you, George.
encourage them to go to ICMA?
Yeah, we have a new employee packet. We give them the contact information, let them know that they're available, walk through the investment options. And normally they just kind of fill it out themselves. And
you recommend
It
that
probably
they...
gets better, you know, and this is like having cable for 20 years, you know, then the guy moves in next door, he's got a better box, he knows all the new packages, you know, he's probably got better service than the guy that's been here for 20 years because he just found out everything that they had to offer.
Right, but I wonder if they go and contact the person, new employees.
I would say no. I would just kind of go out on a limb.
Yeah.
Employee responsibility of the district as part of your probationary period. During this period,
You gotta have to sit down.
We will schedule a meeting for you to meet with the finance and you're ready to go.
That works for me.
We even, the last time they were here and I met with them, at no time was I asked, you know, what are you?
How does Georgiana feel
investor?
about her
Are
money?
you high risk? I mean, it's just, that's the first step.
They
You do.
asked me. Now, there was 2 of them, right?
Yeah, but I've never, since I've been here, and
But
I've
that's
met.
what I'm saying. This last time, they actually said, you know, how do you fall? Well, of course, I told them I'd like to be the high roller, but I couldn't be. So I had to go in the middle.
Oh, really?
And that was very clear, but I'm just wondering where they have 2. And I'm not saying anything because they should be asking. That
Right.
should be a priority. I mean,
Well, just for their own, like, was it?
Blaine.
Blaine was saying for their own protection. It's just a wise thing to do.
Exactly.
In my opinion.
I agree with you completely, and I
To have that form filled out, you know.
I think if we go with Securities America or whoever we go with, I think that someone should be asking you that question. And, you know, you hear that commercial on the TV or the radio about, you know, we ask questions everywhere we go. How do you cook that? How do you do this? But you go to the doctor and you got any questions? Nope. You know, you just sit there, you know. So I think this is another one of those situations where, you know, hey, you got any questions? Nope, because you think you're going to sound stupid if you ask a question, because I'm not a financial person, so what question would I ask you? Tell me what I need to ask. So this is asking questions is a very good thing, and if they're not asking them, then we should be. So, which is why I think we got off on this in the whole first place, is nobody's asking us any questions. We better do something about it. So,
other than for these people here, have we had input from the general staff?
Your input is included.
That's
here.
this.
That's in that.
That's employee input there.
Okay.
All employees fill the
And we're
survey.
quite honestly,
As I have it, they picked either New York Life or ICMA.
No, New York Securities America is
was
actually the second highest.
Yeah,
ICMA is rated the highest.
485 versus 479
is the second highest by 6 points in some such a matter.
Correct.
6 tenths. But the ICMA was 4.333333.
Right.
The thing that amazed me, though, was how did ICMA get a 4.24 on educational training?
How'd they get a 4.44 on presenters answered questions? Well, this must have been during when they had their conversations with you, when they were presenting to the employees.
During the presentation that they presented.
That was where.
That's where you got it, huh? but it should have been asked, how about prior?
That's not what you were.
No, I know. Okay, I understand.
In other words, you took a composite of the 40 employees that we have, or whatever it is, and came up with all these.
I took
ratings
the raw data.
for
Actually, I didn't take it. Georgiana took the raw data, put it into a spreadsheet, and took the average value of each one of the questions.
Well, actually, Kevin did that part.
Lotus 1990, yeah. Any more comments?
I thought Kevin wanted to.
Neil, I've been waiting. You had that look on your face, so I've been waiting. That's why I keep looking around. Am I missing your hand sticking up in here?
I'd like to make a comment that, from my experience, ICMA, I don't think has done a very good job. One of the things I feel like ICMA has been very weak on is communication, and that's not just at the local level for the people who are represented locally and whatnot, but even the parent company. You do your best to try to select some funds and put your money in there and distribute it, try to have a balanced portfolio. And every year or two, it seems like you get a notice in the mail saying that we've X'd this fund, we've X'd that fund, we've X'd another fund. Often those are funds that I have money in, and I kind of wonder why.
Yeah.
And that's never communicated. It's just, now your money is going to go from that fund into this fund automatically unless you tell us otherwise. I don't know. I just don't have a good feeling about ICMA being engaged with us.
Exactly.
It's like we're here with our future, our retirement future invested in this company or through this company, and it's kind of like they just aren't really all that interested in communicating with us about how to make that work the best for us. And that's been a real disappointment for me in my years here at the district. Tonight, we have 3 presenters here now. It wasn't their duty or job, I don't think, in their presentations to educate us about retirement. And yet of the 3 presenters, one did. I heard stuff from the first presenter. They had some good comments. Like one of the comments was, you should think about restructuring the plan in such a way that 9% of the company puts in for every employee goes into the 401 instead of 457. Now, there are pros and cons to that. Well, one of the big pros that they identified was that if that money goes into the 401, the employees can then have more money within that $23,000 limit to contribute to their own retirement. Well, now, yeah, a lot of employees are probably not in a position to do that, but right now I'm pushing toward retirement. I'm looking at it. I'm getting serious about it. I have to get money in there, or I'm going to be sorry. That will make a big difference to me if the district of us who are nearing retirement.
Mhm.
So I really appreciate somebody keying on things like that and bringing those to the floor.
Securities America seemed to be the only one that got you guys engaged in the conversation. And that might be the used car salesman in him, but you only talked as a group. The only guys you talked to was the first presenters. You answered some questions for the second guys, but they were, as a two-man team, they were the only ones that got you engaged in the conversation with things that you're concerned about. And they did bring up some very good points. Like I said, I think there's better places than ICMA for your money. I think there's people out there that are willing to work harder to make sure you guys retire comfortably on there. I think ICMA is just in it for the job, and they're, hey, you know what, your money's doing good. You're not complaining, right? I can't hear you. Okay, yeah, okay, good. You're good to go then, and I don't think that's good for you guys. So
I think if nothing else
appreciate that comment, Neil.
I think if nothing else comes out of this, I think the employees realize now how much their business is wanted. And so they are important. You may think your retirement is little, but together as a group, you've got a lot of power there.
Yeah.
Well, they're talking about a $300 million fund.
$3 million.
$3 million.
Okay, I was worried about that. $3 million. I'm worried about that.
$3 million. You were in the wrong business. I know, really. Which one
will you guys adopt me?
Well, it's like the other government.
I want to be adopted.
Yeah.
What's 3 more zeros?
Budget's fixed. We added a zero.
Well, no, we added 2 more zeros.
Yeah, 2 more zeros. Yeah.
Okay. How long has that $3 million been developing? Since day one, or since day one? Because it's never been on PERS.
Yeah.
What was the reason they never went on PERS?
Cost.
Cost. Yeah. Cost. Also, Doug.
My PERS costs the district less than we're paying.
Doug, when I first came here, a lot of the people weren't in the retirement plan, and so we changed it where we would match up to 3%, and that got a lot of men. I think most of them are in it now.
There was no matching.
Right, there was no matching, but they could put their own money in, and they weren't.
On top, they could if they wanted.
Yeah, nobody was doing that. So that's why we encouraged them. So that may be one reason why it's only $3 million right now.
Thank you, Bill, for clarifying that.
Right.
Yeah. It was kind of like no one was in retirement plan.
Well, nobody was in the. Nobody was.
I was a head scratcher for a second there, So
nobody
thank you
was
for clarifying that.
How long have we been putting 9% in with a 3% match?
7 years.
7 years.
It was 10.5 district money prior to that, so they got a 1.5 bump with the matching program.
Well, I think one of the best things that we can do for staff is to ensure that they have a great retirement system. That's the bottom line,
You could put more into it if you want.
I know, Ken. Only thing he says all night. That's good. You got it in there.
I started protecting my retirement.
Got that.
I started protecting my retirement in 1960. Okay, and it all passed out in 1992.
If there's no more comments, I'm going to call for that roll call vote. Let's do this. And we have
drinking.
Okay.
We have one abstaining.
Director Fleschers abstain.
Put down the
Director
reason.
Hunt? Yeah.
Yes.
Director Kellogg?
Yes.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
And President Corolla?
Yes. The the movement, the motion, thank you. The measure, the measure passes 4 with 1.
4-0.
4-0.
One abstention.
4-0, whatever.
4-0, 1 abstention. Yes.
I just need to look at it a little while.
Okay. Director's comments. Director Flesher.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Director Hunt.
No comments.
Director Kellogg.
I was pleased with this outcome because when we first started this thing, we got sort of in a boondoggle, and now all the employees have had a chance to speak to the issues. They've been well informed and trained, which is something they needed, and this topped it off with the presentations tonight and the board being able to consider with employees sitting here talking, either joining or disagreeing. I'm sorry, Laura, that you lost this time. You didn't lose? You think you'll...
She's ready to go.
Okay, you're doing fine.
Girl's going to Vegas. I know. She's ready to roll the dice again.
But I think this is the kind of staff work and board work it takes to make this a really good district. So, and thank you.
I'm glad it's so. I feel like I had a stake in this, but I really didn't.
I know exactly. That's exactly it. We have a lot of time invested in this. We don't have a stake in it, but I think that I think that the outcome is going to be beneficial for the employees overall. So yeah. Hold on, that target just showed up on my back. I know I got that little target showing up. I can feel it. So.
Nobody said. I assumed it was a 1 year.
I don't think that they had it.
I don't think there's
no termination.
He just recommended you look at
3-year
it, 3
training.
to 5 years.
It was a 3-year educational plan. He didn't have a contract limitation in there.
Yeah.
But we can
These
move it
usually
without.
have an end.
There's no
because
penalty for moving it.
You don't. There's not an easy way to get out of it. You have to have something to move into, so they don't usually have an end to them.
3-year.
So it's not considered a contract?
It's a contract, but it just doesn't have a finite time of.
They'll be judged on their performance, just like ICMA was.
We're gonna be seeing them back here next year, and we're gonna be talking to them. So,
3 months.
Yeah.
You guys.
I think actually in 6 months I'm gonna call for an update. I want to know what progress has been made with you guys. So I mean, I absolutely want to see what's going on in at least 6 months.
I would think that would it be proper to ask for in 3 months an update by them? Sure.
I think maybe 6 months. Give it a chance for them to meet with all the employees, get them on a path. 3 months, I don't think is enough time.
And they offered to come to the board annually, which is something we haven't.
Yes. So.
Seb, I'd like to comment.
Sure, Rick.
We noticed on some of the presenters tonight that it was kind of uncommon.
It'll probably take
to see the interaction
2 to 3 months to get it transitioned.
And the board and the managers, and I think the board should be commended on that. That getting the employees together, getting them involved in this, is something that is a good thing. In past years, that was never an issue.
And I think our very first go around of this, I think we had about 30 employees in here.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it was on the premise that we were just going to decide, and we weren't going to include you in.
That was past. That's typical of the past. So I think the board is to be commended on getting that type of conversation going.
And really, I think I think when you guys, after that night, we all said, God, I was really glad to see that they were that concerned, because we're concerned, So it was very good that you guys all showed up, because if you hadn't, we might have just said, there's no interest on their end. We might as well just do whatever we want, And you guys showed interest, and that meant that it was important to you that the money wasn't just floating.
I'd like to thank you as well, and district as well, as far as setting up the meetings. And just really wanting our employees
Yeah.
The thing that I heard at the last LAFCO meeting I had says if you don't come to the table, you end up on the menu.
Yeah.
So it's very important to get involved.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for those comments, and I think this is going to work out. I think that Rick is really going to be a good guy. You're going to see. I know it's going to take a while to get to know him, for him to get to know you, but I think you're going to like working with that guy. I have known him for 20 plus years, and he is a great guy. So I think you're going to enjoy working with him. So at this time, we'll adjourn this meeting. And I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Yeah. Come on, Laura. You ain't coming in at 3:30.